All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the members of the public. We welcome you to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation today will be led by Reverend Dr. Grace Park, Pacific Palisades Presbyterian Church from the 3rd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Rudolph Andrade. Sorry, sir. Member of Veterans Peer Access Network from the 4th District. If you are able, please stand.
Brothers and sisters, will you join me in prayer? Let us pray. Gracious God, we give you thanks that you have gathered us here today. We thank you that you have called us your people, that we stand on your land. We ask, O God, that we would be agents of change today, that we also would be agents of peace. We give you thanks, O God, for those who are in leadership, for this city and this county, and we ask, O God, for wisdom on the work that they do, for the ministry in which they have. We ask, O God, that you would help us all to be stewards of this city, this county, and this land with which you have blessed us. Help us, O God, to hold one another in reverence for each other. And we ask, O God, that you would help us to love mercy, to act in justice, and to walk humbly with you. We pray all these things in your strong name, and all your people together say, Amen.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Reverend Dr. Grace Park for leading us in the invocation this afternoon. Reverend currently serves as associate pastor at Pacific Palisades Presbyterian Church, where she has provided steadfast leadership in guiding the congregation through the devastating loss of their church building in the Palisades fire, though the congregation itself is not lost, helping members find strength, resilience, and community in the face of hardship. A Southern California native, she earned her degree in political economics from UC Berkeley before pursuing ministry at Fuller Theological Seminary, where she earned her Master of Divinity. She later completed a doctorate of ministry at New York Theological Seminary, focusing on clergy self-care through interfaith dialogue, much needed in this moment, I would say. Ordained in the PCUSA in 1996, Pastor Grace has served in various roles, from children's and youth pastor to urban missions supporting the unhoused. In addition to her ministry, she works as a hospice chaplain and serves at Cedar Sinai in clinical pastoral education. A dedicated community leader, she has held roles in the board of the New Theological Seminary of the West and the Leadership Council of Angel Interfaith Network. She and her husband, Charles, a physician, have been married for 30 years and are proud parents of 4 adult children and 3 lively dogs. Please join me in thanking Reverend Park for joining us this afternoon and for all that she has done for our community, especially in this time of crisis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Sergeant Rudolph Andrade for leading us in our Pledge of Allegiance today. Sergeant Andrade is a resident of West Whittier and was a member of the United States Marine Corps from 2002 to 2010. While in the Marine Corps, he was part of the Delta Company 4th Tank Battalion, where he worked on tanks and distinguished himself by earning the National Defense Medal, Iraq Campaign Medal, and the Navy Marine Corps Achievement Medal. Once Sergeant Andrade finished his military service, he still had a calling to contribute to serve his community. He worked with the special needs students at El Rancho Unified School District and then later joined Team Red, White, and Blue, engaging veterans and their families to get active and involved in their communities. He then shifted to working with veterans experiencing homelessness with PATH and JVS SoCal. Today, he is with our Veterans Peer Access Network, VPAN, which is the nation's first ever community-driven support network serving veterans and their families. VPAN works with the VA and other partners to link our veterans to the services that they have earned. Thank you so much for your service to our country and to our community, and for joining us this morning and leading us in the pledge. And we have a little certificate of appreciation for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And now I want you to meet Scarlett. Scarlett is a Labrador Beagle Pug mix from the Agora Care Center. She is currently staying with a foster family who gave us the inside scoop on all her great qualities. She's very relaxed, sweet, and very well trained. She sits, shakes hands, lays down. She's affectionate, always wagging her tail, giving kisses and cuddling up next to people. She will chase a ball and play with her stuffed toys for hours on end. She is completely house-trained, enjoys rides in the car, is content being left alone for periods of time, and is easily adaptable to a new home. If you'd like to give Scarlett the permanent home she deserves, call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071. And from what I understand, she is best with just herself. She doesn't really play well with other dogs. She's used to being the only child. So with that, this is Scarlett. Yay, yay, Scarlett. And now I'd like to draw your attention to the screen for our pet of the week from Palmdale. This is Connor, a 1-year-old border collie mix. He loves people and other dogs. He's the perfect combination of playful and gentle. He loves taking walks, learning new tricks, and getting pet. Cute dog. This friendly and fun-loving dog would be a great companion. If you'd like to bring Connor home, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. So Scarlett and Connor, have Scarlett shakes. Yay. Yay. Thank you. Yeah, the little things in life. All right, now, and thank you for bringing Scarlett down. Now, with that, we'll move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter. Set Matter 1, Supervisor Barker requests that this item be continued to March 25th, 2025. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 11. On item 2, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 8 and 9, Supervisor Horvath requests that these items be held. On items 19 and 20, Supervisor Barger requests that these items be held. Separate matters, items 24 through 25. On items 24, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to March 4th, 2025. Also, on items 24 and 25, these items were moved to separate matter under the Board of Supervisors' regular agenda as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 25, this is a recommendation to authorize the issuance of short-term lease revenue commercial paper notes through the County Capital Asset Leasing Corporation Lease Revenue Note Program and or long-term bonds to finance the remaining estimated Civic Center power plant boilers and chillers replacement project costs and any costs initially funded through the lease revenue commercial paper notes proceeds for an amount not to exceed $135,900,000. On item 29, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be continued 1 week to February 25th, 2025. On item 34, this item relates to item 35. On items 34 and 35, these items will be held for report. Also, these items will be taken up together. On page 30, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 41A and 41B, Supervisor Mitchell requests that these items be held. On page 31, ordinance for introduction, items 44 and 45. On page 32, budget matter, item 46. Item 46, this item will be held for a report. On page 33, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS6. That completes the reading of the agenda. Madam Chair, the requests for continuances through item C6 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will go into closed session first for items CS3 and CS5. And when we return, we will begin with public comment on items not held by the board. Then item 20, followed by items 34 and 35, which will be taken up together. Then items, 8, 9, 19, 41A, 41B, and 46, then finishing with general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items not held by the board. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Thank you. Members of the public and colleagues, before we go into closed session, we will take up public comment on the closed session items. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on these items.
Madam Chair, no in-person speakers have signed up for these items. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and this is not my favorite structure where you go into closed session before the actual meeting. It's already a discombobulated time, so I find it slightly suppressing of our ability to participate. But given that you're going in on litigations that we don't know anything about, consider releasing the records for the sole source agreements and the contracting that Covington-Burling, we spend a lot of money on that, and the public is going to sue if we can't get access to those records. It was all about accountability for the way this board conducts itself. And so to take that information onboarded to county council and not share it with the public doesn't pass basic muster. So unfortunately, we're encouraging you to release those records appropriately. That way the LA Times and all the great activists don't have to, bring those big, scary, fuzzy, cuddly attorneys into the mix to discuss things for years. We can just disclose the records and get moving. So once again, I want to thank the board for...
Next speaker, please. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Colin Campbell, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Colin Campbell. I wanted to discuss 41A and B. I met with Fire Chief Greg Lloyd.
Sir, we're only taking public comment on our closed session items.
Yeah, Mr. Campbell,
Okay.
this is only for closed session.
Next speaker, please.
Vlad Polishuk, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, hi. Les Bolsher here. I want to talk about the eviction moratoria. I mean, it's
That's going to be
crazy
heard.
that we have to talk about it.
That's going to be
It's
heard.
bad policy. It's going to.
This is on closed session. So if you go back in the queue.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you very much, Roy Humphreys, Rolling Heights, California here. And I want to echo everything that Eric Previn said. I won't repeat it all. He said it so eloquently. And the disrespect shown to the public here on going into closed session at the beginning rather than at the end and having this side of the phone hanging out for that protracted period, indefinite protracted period of time is just total disrespect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andrea McPherson, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Andrea McPherson. Happy Black History Month, everyone. As a Black healthcare advocate woman, I would like to know specifically what the closed item sessions consist of. And when this happens, it makes it so that we have absolutely no idea what we're commenting on beforehand. And it's always great to have a comment after you know the content. So making a comment before, not knowing how it appears to you or appeals to you or adheres to your necessity, that is, that's not functional. So with that being said, please make it easier for everyone, not just people who may have the mental capability of actually following this. Some people who are disabled, make it easier for them, make it easier for seniors, make it easier for everyone to understand what's going on.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment on closed session items. While we are in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Horvath has a video presentation recognizing phase 2 of the cleanup efforts in the Pacific Palisades area and the Blue Ribbon Commission on the Climate and Fire Safe Resilient Recovery from the fires, and thinking forward to what a 21st century reality looks like for Los Angeles County. Executive Office, will you please call us into closed session?
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and item number CS5, conference labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport and designated staff, as indicated on the posted agenda.
Quickly, but also safely for all of those who are hopeful to return home. They're looking forward to coming back into their communities, not only to rebuild their home, but to rebuild their lives and the community that they've enjoyed for so many years. And we're here to help them on that journey.
So this program that we're working with the Corps on is a free government program in which residents who've been survivors of this terrible tragedy can opt into and receive the benefit of having their property cleaned completely and ready for reconstruction. The opt-out program is a program for those that have the means and prefer to do the work themselves. And that program is available, and permitting is going to be done by our department through our EPIC LA system. So we want people to go to recovery.lacounty.gov and learn more about the opt-in or opt-out program. In the end, the mission is the same. We're going to get this unstable materials and potentially harmful materials off our properties and our streets and move it to a place that it belongs.
Today we are announcing our Blue Ribbon Commission on a climate and fire safe resilient recovery from the fires, but also thinking forward to what a 21st century reality looks like for all of Los Angeles County. We're convening a panel of experts with the partnership of the powerful UCLA team to really ask the questions that need to be asked at a time like this. When we have this unique opportunity to rebuild, especially in some of our most sensitive areas, how do we think about that from a sustainability perspective with impact on our environment? What does a healthy rebuild look like for our communities? And also, what does a fire-safe rebuild look like?
My day job is all about helping innovation be brought to policymakers through technology, through startups, through ideas from the community to meet unmet needs. So one of our startups lost their home and their headquarters in Altadena to the fires. They lost the equipment for their prototype. How do we learn from them? But also, how do we find innovations like wildfire detection? One of our startups, Delfire, does remote wildfire detection to help first responders get there and put those fires out.
We here at UCLA will be supporting the Blue Ribbon Commission in order to identify opportunities and make recommendations for a more resilient, more equitable rebuild of Los Angeles. We'll be focused first on the rebuild of the fire-impacted areas, and then we'll be moving on to take on the larger task of retrofitting and thinking about fire-exposed communities throughout the entire region.
Thank you. We are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on February 18, 2025. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. The board authorized county counsel to initiate litigation. The defendants and the other particulars will, once the action is formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry. The vote of the board was unanimous, with all supervisors being present. Item number CS5, conference with labor negotiators, Vezia Davenport, and designated staff. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you, and thank you to the public for waiting while we were in closed session. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held by the supervisors. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on items not held by the board.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up to address these items.
Okay.
Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. On items number 1, 4, 11, 23, 33, report the implemented people exercising their homeless situation. As stated, if you spend 1 penny on Biden illegals from any source in this county, I hope to see you in federal penitentiary. Item number 4, a motion to declare 2728 as rare disease. How ridiculous is this when you should be declaring Dr. Thomas Sowell Day in perpetuity? He's black, he's an extraordinary, he's an American treasure. Why don't we get straight and get real on this situation, put in this privilege, Jesus gosh. Under the physical impact situation on 36, hey, get out, get real, expand the criminal justice system to modern capabilities. Things have changed thanks to Donald Trump, president. We're going to take our country back again from you left-wing, I call it the Gang of Four. And we want to thank Supervisor Barger or somebody calls Barger, for getting the Brown Act things, because guess what? This is about the people and our money. We've essentially elected, hired you people to manage the situations. And on the Plenty Hills, that 23 Plenty Hills Park, how many times I have to tell you, you need to convert that into a, quote, the homeless camp. Give it a nice name, paradise, if you will, and get those trailers and get all these people who, for long term, I'll be needing a place to call Habitat for Humanity. And on 33, report the implementation, says realignment for the president. We've already hit that. Get out there and get those jails done right. And we have to thank the Gang of Four who put a 1.4 men's jail.
Thank you. Next speaker,
you ought to
please.
be ashamed of yourself.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Daisy Burns, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello. 2 points on items 34 and 35. First, Judge Espinoza on Friday ordered a review of each individual use at...
That item is being held, I believe, for presentation by the board. So if you can go back into the queue, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ray Pellegrino, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, I really do feel the pain for the people who've had their lives disrupted and turned upside down because of the fires. I know I have donated to the Red Cross, attended fire disaster relief funds, and even held a fundraiser for my own. And many Angelinos are doing the same thing in our community to help for the fire relief. However, to put the burden of housing victims of the unfortunate act of God directly on the back of landlords, most of us who are still trying to get out from the burden of COVID, is totally unfair to us hardworking class of people. The results of this tragedy is directly affecting us as landlords as well. Many landlords are having their insurance policies canceled with no companies available. If you do find a company to insure you, the rates will be double or triple what they were.
Thank you.
And
Next speaker.
usually,
Alex Sanchez, your line is open. You may begin.
Alex, please begin.
Can we go to the next caller, please?
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Ruthless, your line is open. You may begin. Ruthless, your line is open. You may begin.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Rohit Mehta, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Rohit Mehta. My apartment building burnt down during the fires. Our insurance will only cover about 50% of the value it will take to rebuild. Basically, the more you beat up the landlords, the more that development stops. No landlord wants to develop in the city of Los Angeles because there's no longer any motive or profitability for them to want to do so. You don't realize, but you are killing housing. Nobody wants to develop in the city of LA. And we already had the COVID moratorium. You killed all the landlords. If you want to help tenants, give them money from the government. Why are you taking it from the landlords? It's wrong. The thinking is warped. You're picking on landlords wrongfully. Take the money from the software companies, from other companies. Why are you taking it from the landlords? You keep squashing the landlords. You introduced a homeless tax. You're taking it again from the landlords. Why don't you take it from
Thank
other
you.
industries?
Next speaker, please.
Take it from.
Jake Wanamaker, your line is open. You may begin.
Jake, please begin.
Zinnia Vong, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Zinnia Vong, External Affairs Manager for Options for Learning and providing public comment on item 41-B. Options for Learning is a nonprofit organization serving over 9,600 children across the San Gabriel, Pomona Valley, Whittier, and Northeast Los Angeles. For the past 6 weeks, we have been coordinating supply distribution to support those affected by the Eden fire. Of 18 of our providers' businesses lost in the fire, here's what one have shared with us. One of our contracted licensed family child care provider in Altadena lost her home and business. She was devastated, sharing that she lost everything she owned, including the place where she provided children with care, meals, and love. She hopes to restart her business and advocating for financial support and cooperation with landlords to make it easier to run a child care business in a rental home. It is crucial to help providers rebuild and ensuring families regain access to essential child care services. Therefore, Options for Learning
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mario Dominguez Jr., your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, yes, I'm a resident here in Southgate, so I just have a couple of quick questions. Item 23, the Puente Hills Landfill Park Project construction contract. I don't know if anyone can answer this, but when is this one actually going to begin? I'd love to see that project come into, have it happen. So if you could just give an update as to when that one's going to commence, I'd appreciate that. And then item 24, Rancho Los Amigos South Campus County Office Building Project Construction Contract. So that's in Downey, right next to us here. Again, if someone could give an update on when that one's going to commence construction, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Executive Office, please indicate the agenda items of which we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 2 through 7, 10 through 18, 21 through 23, 25 through 28, 30 through 33, 36 through 40, 45 and 45, 44 and 45. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will begin with item number 20, the annual abatement of hazardous vegetation, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. I'll make this, I think this is timely to have this, but I want to thank County Fire and the Department of the Ag and Weights and Measures for jointly leading an annual abatement of hazardous vegetation. I think it's a critical component to the overall fire prevention infrastructure for most of our county. A fire season is now year-round, as we know. Better technology and lessons learned from previous fires has driven the expansion of the annual defensible space program, as well as the state redoing the high fire zone maps. Unfortunately, the recent wildfires are a stark reminder of just how far the embers will travel. Inevitably, the addition of parcels also raises questions about insurance coverage, as well as how changes in the state legislation will increase compliance factors. It's for these reasons that I wanted to hold this item today, and so I just have a few questions. And I know Chief Maroney is under the weather, and I hope he feels better, so thank you for being here. Due to the recent fires, the board letter was delayed a few weeks. When will the defensible space notices be mailed out?
Chair Barger, we have printed stuffed envelopes.
Can you give your name for the record?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Deputy Fire Chief Albert Yanagisawa, Community Risk Reduction Bureau. We have printed stuffed envelopes, sorted and stamped all the notices in preparation for this meeting today, or the hearing today. They are ready to go. We will mail them today when the resolution and the declaration list are approved.
So what steps has County Fire taken to address the areas affected by the recent wildfires? If a property was destroyed and damaged, will the property owner receive a notice this year?
So the fire department has reviewed all of the damage inspection reports for the Bridge Fire, Franklin, Palisades, and the Eaton fires. All destroyed or damaged homes greater than 26% have been removed from the declaration list.
So 2,141 parcels affected by the Franklin, Bridge, Palisades, and Eaton in the high fire area zone will not receive a notice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If a parcel was included in the declaration list by mistake, what steps can property owners take to remedy that?
So we did think about that, just in case there were any errors in the mailers. We provided an insert that will be going out to all of the residents within the Eaton and the Palisade fire that are receiving the notices. And the inserts detail how to contact us if, for whatever reason, they received a notice by mistake.
So I know that the question regarding the map, the severity zone map, always comes up. Can you clarify which map is used to determine which parcels are included? I know that was a confusion last year. I even think it impacted part of Supervisor Solis's district over in the canyon by Walnut.
We utilize two maps, the state responsibility area map and a local responsibility area map. The state updated the fire hazard severity zone maps in April of 2024, and the local area responsibility maps are being updated now. They'll be coming out for the 2026 season. Actually, the state will publish them to us on March 24th.
So my last question, in a recent executive order, the governor directed the State Board of Forestry to accelerate its work to adopt regulations known as Zone 0, which will require an ember-resistant zone within 5 feet of structures located in the highest fire severity zones. As you're aware, there's been a lot of concern on how Zone 0 will be enforced locally. How soon do you anticipate enforcement, and how is your department going to prepare for this?
It's a really good question. So we expect Zone 0 to be enforceable sometime after the end of this year. Fire anticipates enforcement in 2026. It provides the public time for us to educate the public and the public to be able to comply. Fire department will provide public education on the potential requirements during the 2024 defensible space inspection season, and develops staffing strategies internally for the increase in inspections coming in 2026.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo your comments. I know that we're hearing this a lot in our district too. Thank you for the clarification on how those impacted by the fires will be communicated with regard to the notifications. We know there are a lot of questions that will be addressed in our after action process as it relates to brush clearance and abatement of, of the hazardous vegetation that concerns people when it comes to fire safety. So thank you for helping us understand. Normally this is a routine item, but given the events, I think it was important for us to highlight, and I appreciate you, Madam Chair, for holding the item. Thank you.
Thank you. With seeing no other comments, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item. And thank you very much for everything you do. I know you were out on the front line with the Eaton, and just really appreciate the work of you and your entire department.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Ivy Hilton Priestess. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 20, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Please state the line number you are speaking on. Sir Bagley, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, we're early. We were supposed to be for item 34, 35. We'll go back in queue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors.
Can you pull the mic up? So we can... There you go.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and other persons present here today. With regards to the current agenda item and the abatement of hazardous vegetation, I'm just curious to know if we are addressing the people who are interested in living in the wildland-urban interface. As dangerous as it may seem, I don't know if continuing to thrive in that environment is a healthy idea. Maybe that's something that we should take into consideration, leaning more towards the urban area as opposed to the wildland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
All right, item 20 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn? Oh, Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we move on to item 34, report on the status of adopting a global plan for the probation departments, halls, and camps. We're going to have item 35 as well as item 34 together. Guillermo Villarroza, Chief Probation Officer Sheila Williams, Chief Deputy Administrative Services, and Kimberly Epps, Chief Deputy Juvenile and Adult Service Probation, will make a presentation. Dr. Christina Galley, Director of Department of Health Services, and Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Director of Public Health, Michael O., Director of Internal Services Department, David Carroll, Director of Youth Development, Lisa Garrett, Director of Personnel, Dr. Deborah Durardo, Superintendent of Schools of the Los Angeles County Office of Education, and Connie Drexler, Senior Deputy Director, Department of Mental Health, will be available for questions. Welcome, Guillermo.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to address probation's plan moving forward with respect to our juvenile camps and facilities. This isn't a report on the entirety of the probation department, but much more specific to our facilities, juvenile halls, camps, and our plan to best utilize those moving forward. I'd like to begin by pointing out in preparation for this report, there are a few underlying values that really were the guideposts for determining how to best utilize our facilities. One of them is a public acknowledgement that smaller communities are important in being able to provide services for the young people that are within our care. It's something that we've struggled with, and this plan moves forward in the direction of just making very public that we cannot provide the best services that our young people need if we don't make some modifications to how we use our existing facilities to really provide a small community environment for the young people we have, whether it's SYTF, whether it's camp. It's a principle that we're going to pursue in all of our facilities. And much of the presentation really surrounds on what changes we have to make to achieve that goal. The second is that we want to invest in more appropriately doing the initial assessment to determine the needs of the young people that we have. Being able to do a thorough, holistic assessment of young folks when they are received really informs what happens with them for the remainder of the time they're with us. An appropriate assessment, an in-depth assessment, and having a facility and a location where we're doing that with our partners is important because it's going to inform what we tell the courts is available for our young people. I believe it's going to reduce the amount of time that many of them are with us if we, from the onset, provide a location and invest with our partners in taking the time to do those thorough assessments and then decide and inform the court on where the young people need to go. What was that?
What's your question? It's right here. Oh, you want it? Oh, a handout? Do we have a hand? Yeah, it's on the monitor. It's not on yours? Can someone get, because I've got it on mine. Yeah, we'll have someone come and, yeah.
The third is acknowledging that we've had some difficulty in recruiting sufficient staff for the population that we have. We believe that by maximizing the way that we use our few facilities and locations, it'll actually help us address the staffing shortages. Did you want me to wait, or we're okay? Okay.
Thank you, Gim.
Got it. So just to recap, recapitulate where some of the values are. One, smaller communities lend themselves to providing better services and healing spaces for our young people. Secondly, that front-loading assessments and understanding the individual young person's needs has to become a priority moving forward. And third, in an acknowledgement that we have been in a staffing crisis, that actually consolidating some of our locations will, in part, not totally, but in part, help us address the staffing shortages. And all of that without expanding the footprint that probation currently has. It's simply moving or modifying how we're using our existing locations. So the proposal is to consolidate the types of services by location. It's evident to me that in order to provide a healing and appropriate environment for the girls and young ladies that we have within our system, that we would best be suited by selecting one single location in which they could receive gender-specific, trauma-informed services at one location rather than having separated between a juvenile hall, a camp, and other
Which
locations.
slide do you want? Because someone keeps going back and forth with the slides.
That's me.
Which slide?
6.
Okay. Sorry, Guillermo, but it was going back and forth, different slides.
Yeah, I can imagine that's confusing.
Go back a slide, I think.
So we could work with this. So the identification for the best suited location for that would be Campus Kilpatrick. When we take a look at the population of girls that we have had, we don't tend to exceed 50 between the multiple locations that we have. Did we resolve the technical difficulties?
I am. He's not going in the order of the slides. That's why I'm moving so quick. I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow his presentation. He's not following the slides.
There was another way to say that, Sheila, but we...
But you got the point.
Yeah, yeah. All right, let me follow my own slides.
Do you want me to go? Are you going to go back?
No, I'll go.
Okay, that's the first one.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the next appropriate slide. All right, Central.
Okay, restart. What I really wanted to talk to you about was Central Juvenile Hall. While Central Juvenile Hall is no longer being utilized as a juvenile hall, many of you are aware that the full facility closure means that we have to continue to move the day services that are there. And so first up is really finalizing the healthcare services that are being provided there and moving them to Los Padrinos. That's where we have the majority of the population. We think this can be done in relatively short order, and it's just a matter of being able to move over. Well, it could be somewhat complicated, but for example, pharmacy services so that they are fully on-site at Los Padrinos. That's the first move, and then we would have no footprint at Central Juvenile Hall past that. I want to make clear, because I don't want to confuse anyone, although I'm referencing Central Juvenile Hall, that is not an approved juvenile hall, nor are young people there today overnight. That's simply a staging location for them to either go to medical services or to be provided some limited diagnostic treatment there. So that would be first up in terms of time frame, and we hope that either by the end of March or beginning of April that could be finalized. That is dependent on, we're working with our county partners, but even some things are out of their control, for example, some licensing requirements and to move, so that they're actively working with us. They know the planned dates, but we have to be somewhat flexible. Next slide is the consolidation of what are commonly referred to as the East camps. Those are the 3 camps that we have. By closing Camp Page for a host of reasons, one of them is there's deferred maintenance and additional costs if we wanted to remain there. The other is that we have 2 camps in close proximity that could absorb that population, so we wouldn't have a reduction in the total number of beds. We would simply move those to the other 2 camps. We want to continue to provide the courts with the same number of beds available in the event that they deem one of the youth suitable for camp. So after, in order to maintain the target here is that you would have 50 in each of the other 2 camps, and that's roughly the number that you would get if you absorb the 30 or so young people that you have there. I failed to mention at the beginning that a part of this is also about establishing, I didn't go into it in detail, but when I said establishing small communities, that means that it's not only for the young people, that you have sort of this predictable number after which you're unable to provide excellent services, but also for staff and also all the way up the chain to make sure that you don't have, for example, management or one superintendent that's in charge of 300 young people and all the staff that goes with it, and another one that only has 20 or 25. So part of it is standardizing for both those that are receiving services, but also for our employees and for management.
Can I ask a question on that? Is that what the state envisioned when they wanted us to put like home-like settings for the SYTF? Is that what they envisioned?
This incorporates precisely that. You're really unable to do that, and you're unable to manage such an environment if it's too large.
Okay, thank you.
Again, because this isn't building something, it's simply taking one location, stopping intake to that location, and then increasing not the capacity, because the other two camps already have the capacity. We just internally don't put young people there. That also could be done in relatively short order. If we begin stopping intake to Page at the beginning of April, we believe that by the beginning of June, that should be complete. That'll give us additional advantages with having only 2 camps. We could also start working with our partners in determining if each one of these camps is going to have a different identity, a different purpose. One could envision that one camp would, for example, focus on credit completion for those that need to finish high school, while another camp could absorb young people that have already graduated, and really we should be looking at either vocational or academic preparation for higher education or college classes. It becomes very difficult to provide a variety of services, especially when you're low staff, if you have multiple programs that you need to provide for the same young people. So it's really advantageous in terms of consolidating the staff that we have, but also gives us an opportunity to reimagine what the purpose of that community is and what it could provide that population specifically. In all likelihood, the most difficult part of the decisions that we're making in probation really surround our SYTF step down at Kilpatrick. It is a program that really receives a lot of positive feedback from both those that are there and the folks that work there. And we want to make sure that the SYTF population has an opportunity through pro-social behavior and their own decision-making to have step down. However, we have limited locations, and I believe that we can better utilize that facility. In order to do that, we need to create space for those young SYTF population at Nydorf to see that they have options in front of them beyond simply the restrictive environment that they have when they first go to the facility. We can do that without Kilpatrick by doing a few things. One, I'd like to remind folks that there are still opportunities for them to go to Boys Republic and a couple other vendors that we have, and they do that, and they earn that through positive behavior. There's still Pine Grove, which is the fire camp that is available to them at relatively low cost to the county and is run by the state. But I don't think that's enough. If you've been to Nydorf, you know that that is a very large property that we can better utilize, so that even if you're at SYTF at Nydorf, that you have options through behavior to essentially step down at the very location and least restrictive and have different opportunities while you're there. So the plan is to really reimagine Kilpatrick so that a young person that is there has agency over their own future by their behavior, and they're able to move through the system while at Nydorf. So for example, to move from a more restrictive environment into one where we have pods available to them to really look more like a transition between being in custody to the life that they're gonna have when they're outside and they have their own apartment. And there's a lot of those soft skills that need to be built that we could be doing there.
Can I ask a question? Can you describe how you're going to reconstruct Barry J. Nordoff to fit the College Academy and the interim step down? I mean, how quickly and when is that going to start? And do you have a timeline for that?
Yeah, so, and maybe I should have started at the beginning. The timeframes that you see here allow us time to go back with our partners and community at large and folks that are interested in, we want to hear from them. You know, we certainly have our vision on how to do that. So for example, I can tell you there are at least 2 things that I would be a proponent of exploring at Nydorf. One of them is similar to the tiny homes concept, where on site you could start living in something that looks much more like independent living. And another one is, like you said, in conjunction with the California Guard, they have some very good programs throughout the state that we could replicate there. I don't want to make commitments on any of those because that would mean that we have thought this out fully without taking feedback from both our partners and the network that supports our young people. I have intentionally want to leave enough flexibility here that really, as much as possible, this is a community project in which now the hard work is to meet with folks, take in their input, and then make some determinations on perhaps what is best on there. But essentially, the way it would look is we have so much free space there that we could dedicate 1 or 2 separate areas that through positive behavior, the young person could go into that community. And whether the community is cottages or tiny homes or whatever it is after we receive feedback, that could all be done on site.
And describe the College Academy. Is that classrooms only? Is that what that is? Just a location on the campus where there will be just exclusively academic, whatever it is, training or whatever that might be?
Now, the way I imagine it, it's a full program where they reside there as well.
They reside there, so that's also living quarters.
Yes.
So, okay, and when you say tiny homes, I'm not a big fan of tiny homes. You just have to say that. I believe in pods, similar to what Kilpatrick has now, and that are smaller. And I'm wondering if you've given any thought. I mean, is that in cement, so to speak, that you're saying tiny homes is it? I mean, or how would that be? Would there be 2 people, 4 people in a tiny home, or how do you envision that?
Yeah, and no, it's not in cement. As a matter of fact, this is a relatively long process where we have to go back, engage architectural firms, do that entire piece. I simply use that as shorthand, and it's probably the wrong term. It's just that prefab or container homes tend to be easier. I don't want to give you a project that's going to be 12 years from now.
No, I understand.
Right? And there are ways to get there, and I probably should have said prefabricated instead.
Prefab, okay. Right. And that I've seen. Okay.
The idea is to give them greater independence on their own living and have a designated area where that smaller group of kids could do that, still being engaged by staff, but really that's mirroring what their life would be closer to once they're released.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
In order to do that, we would stop moving young people to Kilpatrick in the second half of this year. So the idea is not to have to move young people there already, but through closing intake, eventually have an empty Kilpatrick that could then be dedicated to our female population.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. When do you expect them to, the girls to actually make that transition? You're going to be vacant August 1st, but when?
Go ahead and answer that, and then.
Yeah, then we'll go together.
Go,
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go.
No, Right, so the idea would be that by August of this year, we would have a vacant Kilpatrick campus, at which time we would leave some space to make any modifications that would need to be made there to make it more suitable for the variety of services and folks that would go there. And the idea would be to make Campus Kilpatrick the care or the client assessment readiness and engagement center for all of the young girls that we have within our system. You know, we really can't give you more details. There's a number of steps that would have to take place even after it's vacant to do that. For example, we'd have to re-engage the Board of State Community Corrections to redesignate that facility. We would have to make sure through work with our county partners between now and then that all of the services we're anticipating have gone into effect. We have to make sure that medical services are appropriate, take place up there. There are all sorts of community concerns that we would have to address. For example, visitation. It's a further location. Would we use community providers to make sure that family could get to them to visitation? Would we take that on? It's a whole host of considerations that we want to be. We want to be a good partner and give enough time to work all of that out.
Right. Thank you.
And then that would free up the space at Dorothy Kirby to really utilize that as a complex care and special needs facility. We know that we have an increasing percentage of the young people that we have, the young boys that we have at Los Padrinos that really require different type of attention. And really Dorothy Kirby was created for this purposes. They do many things correctly, but we think that we're missing a good chunk of the population. This would give us an opportunity to maximize that space because we know we have more need than what we're servicing now, and then really consolidate the classifications and the preparation of folks that we have there to be able to do that. Again, I think you'll see a theme here, which is really level setting the size of these communities so that they're manageable, but we still have the maximum number of beds or space needed for what we have in our population. So none of this anticipates reduced capacity. We're going to continue to work to make sure that the young people within our system is as low as possible, as we can do responsibly. But part of this plan does not reduce capacity because, you know, part of that is out of our control, and I think it would be foolish for us to reduce capacity at this time, despite those additional efforts. And then finally, after all of that, then it would provide us an opportunity for really the largest component of this proposal, which is we know significant changes need to take place at Los Padrinos. It is large. Folks have done their best, but what we need to do moving forward is essentially separate it into two facilities. One of them really focusing on assessment and when folks come into the system intake essentially. We know there's a significant number of the young people that we have who are only with us for 23 days. What you do and the services that you provide someone, whether they're with you for 23 days, should be significantly different than those that are with us for, let's say, a year. And we should organize ourselves in that fashion so that we're able to more appropriately do the upfront assessment, make the recommendations for that they should go, try to get them out of the system as quickly as possible. And then in fairness to the young men and boys that are with us for longer term, there are different types of services that we need to provide them. If they're with us for a year, it's more than simply providing them the basic education. We need to, you know, we're taking the place of their family for the week. There's all sorts of additional services that we need to envision and have them engaged in. The type of, for example, mental health services that might be crisis-oriented for someone that's just coming into the system is significantly different than maybe some of the trauma work that you want to have on a regular basis with those that are with you for longer. And really, you're working on the transition of when they leave. We know they're going to leave us. Are we preparing them to be most successful when they leave? that really require us to think of Los Padrinos as really two separate programs with two different populations that we're serving. That, in terms of time frame, that's the longer component. And that'll be sort of dependent on the assessments that are made on how long that would take. And then in terms of adequately preparing our employees, our staff members to really contend with the challenges that they have, you know, probation doesn't have an appropriate academy. And this plan proposes to use the two vacant Camp Scudder and Scott to have a permanent training center in which we could both do an initial academy for the anticipated increase in hires and really do that professional, ongoing, continuing education. We don't have that currently, so we use contractors, we use a temporary lease space that we have, and it really informs employees how you feel about them when you don't even invest in having a permanent academy. When folks can't see a place that's their academy, you know, we could say, I value you as an employee, and then they find out we don't even have a place to train you, so did you really mean it? Additionally, you know, part of our culture moving forward is training and preparation and meeting the demands of the folks who we're providing services for, professionalizing. None of that's possible without having a professional training academy. So we're not seeking to expand portfolio, simply utilize what we already have for this purpose. So before we move on to staffing, Renee, I'll just stop there. I'm sure you have quite a number of questions.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Guillermo. It's really hard to kind of really look at this global plan for our facilities in a way, for me anyway, that's not clouded by our current situation. I mean, when Supervisor Horvath and I originally wrote the motion asking for probation to tell us their global facilities plan, that was in 2023, we'd not been found unsuitable at Central and Barry J, and Los Padrinos was closed. So a lot has changed since then. We had to shut down Central because it was found unsuitable. We reopened Los Padrinos, and we moved all the predisposition youth to Los Padrinos. But I feel like we're still, you know, in a battle for our suitability and stability within our current system. And I'm interested in your vision, but I'm wondering if it's the right time for it to be really serious about a global plan of facilities, construction, renovation, moving huge numbers of populations around when we're struggling with staffing issues. And I feel like a lot of what you're proposing would cause a lot of disruption to the young people in our care. We're still waiting, I guess, to hear from BSCC. They spent a week last week at Los Padrinos, and I don't think we've gotten their final report, have we? They seemed to indicate at their public meeting that we were making some improvements in staffing, but we still don't have their final determination. So I just was going to ask a couple of questions about this. So you're proposing to end the current SYTF program at Kilpatrick, and instead you're suggesting that we use that for all of our girls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a huge change. I mean, moving all the girls to Kilpatrick would mean moving the predisposition girls as well. And it's my understanding that facilities that house predisposition have to be approved by BSCC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so how, moving forward, you'd have to do that first, right? You'd have to get their approval. How much of this plan have they seen or weighed in on?
They have not. It would have been improper to present to them to the board first. By the way, I appreciate your comments with respect to, we're in the middle of a crisis, and here we are with a shiny new plan that involves a lot of moving parts. You know, what I'd say is that we've really deferred doing this now for multiple years because of the crisis. And what I have heard in response is that many of the oversight agencies that we engage with, they want to know, that's fine, you're addressing immediate things, but compliance and the health of a system requires for us to do both things. There are things in our compliance that require us to do this for long-term health. So I think we've arrived at the moment in which, if we don't act, we can't really resolve the problem because there are short-term fixes and things that depend on us being able to realign long-term to provide services, in programming, for example. So I was of the same mind that let's address the emergency issues and then we'll get to it. But so much time has now passed that for us to have credibility.
Right, but so much, as I said, so much has changed since we first wrote this motion asking for a global plan. And I'm thinking about having the predisposition population at Kilpatrick who need to frequently be transported to court. Kilpatrick is a little bit further away from court, and with the staffing shortage that we already have, are you foreseeing that as being a challenge?
There are many challenges that have been taken into consideration. One of the reasons is the girl population is much smaller, and when you take into consideration, to give you an example, I think one of the concerns folks will have is if you have intake all the way at Kilpatrick, won't this be an impediment to the system? But then if you actually, from an operational standpoint, take a look at the widgets, intake is maybe 1 every 4 or 5 days. So what seems to be insurmountable is actually less of a hindrance than the alternative, which is we continue to provide services that are maybe not excellent at the locations where we are because we have very confused missions and mixed populations. And so there is no perfect utilization of our facilities because I'm trying to work within what we already have. If I were to come to you and say, I want to design a system from the ground up, it wouldn't look this way. But instead, from what's possible and what we have.
Right, I hear you. We're just thinking of some challenges that might ensue based on your proposals. I'm also thinking about the staff, you know, that are working either at Dorothy Kirby in Commerce or Los Padrinos in Downey, and that's a long way from Malibu. And I'm wondering, and it's also LACO and some of the departments who are sitting behind you who are your partners as well, wondering, you know, what you think the challenges might be with that staffing, with teachers, with those that are used to commuting to Downey and Commerce. Is that a challenge that you think is overcomable, or?
I think it is a challenge, and I'm sure the department heads could speak for the challenge that will pose. To be clear, I've not stated at this juncture forcibly reassigning or moving any of the folks to any additional locations that are from probation. As a matter of fact, Kilpatrick is one of the locations where we typically have an excess of employees that want to work, in which, because the population is capped so low.
I thought we had a hard time at once staffing Kilpatrick. That was part of the problem why we didn't have more young people there, was there was a staffing issue.
That is not the current situation. I have more staff that want to work at Kilpatrick than I have need for.
Okay, because I remember that was a challenge in the beginning. So, yeah. Right. And just about Los Padrinos, your global plan, creating 2 separate communities, and a lot of construction and renovation. I'm wondering, again, considering our current crisis, how do you think, you know, you're going to have to move staff, right? What's your plan are you constructing and renovating maybe one half of it and then all the young people go to another half? while you're doing that? It's really hard for me to understand. I've been out there a lot lately, and the thought of doing major construction and renovation and creating, what your goal is, I have a hard time seeing how that would actually work, particularly without disrupting the young people who are there right now.
That's going to be a challenge moving forward either way. So whether this global plan is adopted or whether it would be changed into two communities, Los Padrinos can't continue as is. Major renovation is required because of a whole host of things. Heating that needs to be upgraded, as was stated before, home-like setting renovation. So whether the smaller community component is adopted or not, that is going to be a challenge for us. And the ideal situation, or what we're planning, is to do exactly what you've mentioned, which is to rotate for small periods while there is construction on site. But I just want to make clear that chaos isn't going to be created because of this plan. That is a challenge that we have that's currently in existence.
I mean, when I visit out there, I don't see the chaos. I see more, again, where we have failed with providing programming, and where we have failed in really providing activities for those young people. We talked to a lot of girls last week who have been sentenced to Dorothy Kirby and have been waiting 10 months to get moved. So I feel like I'm going to have a hard time wanting to pour energy into a global facilities plan when I know there are so many things we should be doing right now to improve the existence and life and dignity of the young people who are in our care right now. And I have a whole list that I would rather focus on than a facilities change, moving, because I've never thought it was a facilities problem, right? I've never thought it was a facilities problem. I think it's staffing. I think it's recruiting the right kind of staff. I think it's really leaning into, even if they're there for 23 days or 10 months, there's been someone in Los Padrinos for 7 years, right? That's what I want to lean into. I feel like we have an obligation to those who are in our care now to really find a way that when they eventually go somewhere else, when they're eventually released back home in the community, they're better than when they came to us. And I feel like we're missing that opportunity. And so I'm going to have a hard time leaning into, some giant facility reorg. I mean, I'm anxious to hear my colleagues, but I feel really strongly that we're kind of failing the young people right now who are in our system. And there's so much more we can do. And I look at this great partners that you have, our youth development, our health, our LACO, our public health. We have so many of your partners that I know I want to see us all kind of lean in now and see what we can do, because I don't think there's money currently for this global plan. When I look at construction and renovation, I just don't see where we're going to come up with the money for a plan like that. I think it's a pretty big ticket. I appreciate your vision. I don't want to step all over your vision, but I know that I'm just struggling with currently how I think we're failing our young people.
If I could make clear a couple points. This isn't a big money ask. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why you have some of these challenging decisions, tough decisions that have to be made, is because this is an attempt to work within what we have. When we talk about the money that has to go to the big components that are not the movement between camps, that's not where the money is. It's money that already has to be spent because of home-like, money that has to be spent. So that's independent of this. That price tag and those construction projects will take place with or without this. As I heard you be very specific about the vision that you have for the young people, That's what I'm trying to execute. But what I'm saying is that there are some impediments. For example, as you described what the young girls that we have in our care deserve, I'm not going to be able to get there with them in the location that we have. I'm not going to be able to get there with having...
Well, I mean, I hear you, and I'll yield my time after this, but I don't know how quickly this plan will be approved or supported by this board, so we better figure out how to serve the young women in our care now where they are. We have to. This is a lofty plan, and maybe someday, but in the meantime, they are in our care. We are their families, and I think we need to do a better job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I agree, but I don't know that we've got a lot of options. I think therein lies the problem. You know, I think this has been brewing long before Guillermo came on board, and we just have kicked the can in terms of what we should be doing. That's why I asked if Nydorf is going to be what they envision at the state when they wanted us to take the SYTF and make it more home-like setting, something that this board talked about, we didn't act on, and I think that that's part of the problem is that we're really years behind. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, for a point of clarification with County Council, this plan that's being presented today, does the Probation Department require a board motion for this to move forward? I think it's noticed to us as a receive and file, but I know the board previously gave authority over one of the facilities to the probation chief. So I just want to understand today, is this plan being presented to us as what is going to happen or an idea of what could happen that will then at a future point in time be voted on by this board?
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. It is a receive and file. There's no action that this board is taking today. My understanding from probation is that they're presenting this in order to get feedback from your board, is my understanding. And based on that feedback, that they may go back, reassess, look at their plan. I don't want to speak for the chief, but this is a receive and file, so there's no action that this board is taking to affirmatively direct him to do anything.
That's helpful, I think, because not a lot of detail was shared in advance when this item was posted to the agenda. My office has heard a lot of concern about that, and so I just want to make sure I understand today what we're doing is having a discussion about what might be. And I do want to thank the department for finally sharing the global plan. I know this is something I've been asking for, though I am deeply disappointed that at this point in time, this is the best global plan that the department is able to submit. I strongly believe we need a global plan, but I'm not ready to support what's presented to us today. In some ways, because it's exactly what I feared when we took the vote in December when the board decided to give probation more authority over Los Padrinos, and I voted no at that time. In this global plan, the board was looking for a long-term plan that would break down silos between departments, modernize operations across services provided by multiple departments in a care-first framework. Instead, what I understand is before us today is something that was developed by probation alone. I don't know that it was informed by our other departments, but we'll get there. Not responding to inquiries from our board office. I don't know, maybe my colleagues informed it, but my office certainly didn't have that opportunity. I know the community hasn't informed it because they've reached out to my office and said they didn't even know that the details of this plan before today. It doesn't appear that the department has considered, let alone planned for, obvious concerns that significantly impact what a successful plan ought to look like. Outreach to labor partners, outreach to service providers. Have we checked in with the courts? Did they actually because they're the ones who dictate where our youth in custody are housed. How can we as a board publicly commit to significant changes to probation facilities when we don't even know if we will have health, mental health, or programming staff to support those changes? How can we as a board commit to a plan developed by a department that continues to blatantly disregard the board's explicit directions? Ultimately, it is our young people who are losing out, and I am very concerned about that. One thing I would expect a global plan to address is the number of youth in our entrusted to us, and approximately the number of youth assigned to each facility. Can you give me a sense of what that number might be and in which category, you know, what their status is, whether they're in step down, SYTF? Do you have a sense of that for each location?
Our current population are proposed, so each one of these is broken down in small communities with a cap at 50. So it just happens to be that when you look at our current population, or if you go back a year and a half, it's relatively stable with some of the special needs groups. So this would envision a NIDORF program with a cap at around 100. That includes both the on-site step-down and the regular programs. Kilpatrick, same thing, not exceeding 50 there with the combination of the different type of youth that we would have there. A Dorothy Kirby with a cap at around 50 as well, each of the camps at 50, and then Los Padrinos with 100 for the assessment component and another 100 for those that are there longer term, so sort of 500.
So I'll get to the specific facilities then. With regard to Kilpatrick, I didn't hear in your description a plan to move gender expansive youth to Kilpatrick. Is that your plan as well?
Yes.
Okay, and so I think it's important that we explicitly call out how we're supporting gender expansive youth for their safety, given the attacks that these young people are facing at all levels of government. Right now, I think it's important that we prioritize their unique needs. How is probation building in the logistics of operating a pre-disposition facility at Kilpatrick, given that there are different populations that will need to be served there?
I want to make sure I understood your question. You said, how are we preparing to receive a predisposition youth at Kilpatrick?
Yes. Intake, transportation to and from court, increase in medical and mental health appointments, increase in staff and service providers on site.
Yeah, so precisely to your point that you mentioned earlier, this is, and I believe it's my duty to set out the goal of where we want to be, and now with our partners, see, the reason that this isn't filled in with more specificity, it's to allow the space to, with our partners, we've already had one meeting with the other county directors specifically responsible for this treatment, to make sure that this is a joint plan on operationally how we get there. In addition to that, too much cannot be prescriptive because, as I mentioned before, we still would have to go to BSCC to do the pre-inspection of the facility and go through that entire process. It wouldn't be anything different than what we currently do for that population at a different location with respect to the rules and regs. It would be exactly what you mentioned, which is if we need to prepare to do an intake medical assessment for one young person, an average every 4 or 5 days, county partners to say whether they can do that or what they would need to do that. That's the work that would take place from now until those dates that were presented in the plan.
So it's my understanding the plan before us is something that the probation department developed and that there was a meeting with other departments afterwards and that this plan before us has not been informed by other departments. Is that right?
That's not how I would describe it. But this certainly is the probation presentation on what to do with probation facilities, yes.
So was there a meeting with the other departments where they informed this plan then? I mean, I can ask them, or...
This is a probation proposal which has been presented to them with the understanding that how to operationalize requires their input and our flexibility in making changes where appropriate. In addition to that, there are other stakeholders that are going to have to take part in this. For example, the service provider is going to be an extraordinarily important component here. I may envision one type of service and one modality, and then we find out that in LA County, the providers have a better idea on how to do that. For example, I have an idea on visitation, on how to help families and make sure that they can get there by providing transportation. after we have conversations with the network of providers, they may come back and say, you know, what we really need is more video visitation. So all of those pieces are yet to be worked out. This is first the presentation before you as the Board of Supervisors.
I guess I would have preferred that a global plan be informed by all of our departments, since you're all going to be responsible for how it operates. I'm curious to know how pregnant youth will be housed under your current proposed plan.
That's probably one of the more difficult components in terms of that's already a topic of discussion with respect to Kilpatrick. Even though it's a very small population, there's really no good, you know, the ideal situation is that LA County finds itself in a situation, especially when we have young folks in our custody that in third trimester, we're able to find less restrictive housing for them. Being in custody, period, when you're pregnant is difficulty. And so expanding things like electronic monitoring, making sure that we have a very small number of those young, the ones that the court finds is absolutely necessary, is the best place. But we have to be prepared in the event that we have someone at Kilpatrick and how those services are going to be provided. And of course, our medical health professionals will take lead on the best options for that.
And have you made any efforts to engage the surrounding communities to describe any change in population, change in use of the facilities?
No.
Okay. With regard to Barry J, I know the population has significantly increased in the last couple of months. We heard positive reports when the population was at 65. It's now regularly at around 96 people. This plan makes major changes to Barry J that were proposed elsewhere previously, such as moving the last stage of SYTF step down from Kilpatrick to Barry J. And it creates a new military-style academy that we were led to believe was also being considered elsewhere. So can you explain why is combining these different concepts in one location, which has a difficult history of its own, the best path forward?
With respect to the anticipated maximum capacity of the population, it takes into account the increase that we've already had. It requires for us to continue to explore and enter into contracts with not simply having Nydorf as the sole opportunity where we can put SYTF, but in continuing to utilize and increase the amount of space that we have where we can appropriately move those young folks out. So we know that with respect to, for example, Pine Grove and some of our vendors like Boys Republic, there's still more capacity there. And it's really incumbent upon us to make sure that some of these young people are ready to go there so that more of them can be sent there, and informing the court that that's the most appropriate place. So it's not simply moving young people from one location to another, it's making sure that there is a variety of appropriate places for them to go, not just one. In terms of and even though we're in its infancy in the academic program with the National Guard, that has a very good track record in terms of outcomes a year and 2 years out after they leave. That's what we're after, is the preparation for them to continue the education afterward. These are anticipated options for a very small component of that SYTF population. We want to give young people options that best suit them. This isn't about forcing young people into programs that they don't want, but providing them options so that they can have some agency. It's not boot camp, by the way, so that is not something that we are interested in or going after, but it is being supported by other entities and agencies that have a good track record, and if you go visit them, they deal with the same young people that we have here, go there, and it boosts our ability to provide services we currently aren't. You're correct that it was originally anticipated at a partnership in one of the camps. However, it became evident relatively early on that the program requirements, and it succeeds with longer period. And so the amount of stay and the populations that we have at the camp are there for a shorter period. And really the better suited population is the SYTF, in which we're trying to look for longer term programs because we have predictability in them being able to finish the entire program, let's say 6 months, instead of having, so you can have a cohort instead of folks constantly going in and out. That would be one of sort of the failure points.
And you had said earlier that you hadn't engaged communities around Kilpatrick. I assume that also applies to Barry J.
That's correct.
Okay, so for me, I would like to see a global plan that's informed by all of our departments, that considers what are best options for programming, mental health supports, education, all of the relevant departments who are represented behind you. I would prefer their input to be part of a global plan before it come to this board for consideration. That's why we have these departments, and I think a global plan has to include the input of all of the departments who have to work together. I know that you convened a summit of all of the departments to work together, and it's my hope that that's leading to ongoing integrated effort in terms of how we're supporting our young people. But for me, this is premature. But I hear you saying that this is what you wanted to present to us to give us a sense of what your thinking is. So that's I guess that's where I'm at today. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in listening to Supervisor Horvath and some of the comments made by Supervisor Hahn, it's striking me that we have got to get to a place of clear alignment, in that a motion was passed, drafted and passed, that asked for a plan. I seem to recall it being rather prescriptive, much like what you just detailed in your closing comments. We have so much work to do. We are dealing with real lives. I don't know what it's gonna take for the board and all the departments to get closer, and alignment is the best word I can come up with in terms of understanding our expectations and getting and having a product delivered that really meets them. So I don't know if that's, you know, more conversation before the report comes to us, draft shared. I know it's got to be made available to the public, but it feels like so much time is lost in between these conversations, and to hear the author of the motion say it didn't meet our expectation feels to me like a real setback. I'm clear that we're not taking action, that it's a file and report, but also I think when I hear file and report, it's like it's done, check that off the list and let's move on, and that's not the case, I think, today. And so I just felt the need to say that. We stay in a state of crisis with this department, which makes it difficult to plan. I get that. And yet we must have a plan to be able to improve outcomes. The state of crisis and the requirements from the BSCC is the floor, not where we want and must be as a department to meet the true needs of young people. So how we get out of this crisis mentality where we're just responding to the BSC with the BSCC whenever the court tells us, but get to a place where we are driving the decisions is where I hope that we will ultimately land. I'm going to try to limit my questions, and will send my list to you and the other departments, just not to make this go longer than it needs to be. But let me acknowledge the recent graduations of the students at Barry J. Nydorf and Campus Kilpatrick who got their associate's degrees. That's the kind of good news that we have to continue to create opportunities and make available for them. That's the good news that we don't spend enough time talking about. I appreciate, I've asked repeatedly about data to help inform the decisions you make in us, so I appreciate the improvement in data collection. I want to ask you some questions with regard to the population increase, the housing of our gender expansive youth, the use of Challenger, Scott and Scudder, the detention decisions, some community-based placements, and I will not do the others. First of all, with regard to the population increase, one of my colleagues talked about it. My office has heard that there have been youth who are taking plea deals out of fear based on the political winds having shifted, of the prosecutors pursuing their transfer to the adult criminal system. Is that your sense too? Because my real question is, why the significant increase? What is fueling it? That is what I'm hearing, but I'm curious as to the why.
I think it'd be improper of me to answer that directly because I don't, it presupposes that I know that that is occurring, and I've not had direct conversations with any of these young people.
Okay.
Secondarily, I don't provide legal advice, and they have their own counsel. What I will say is that early in the shift of district attorney, I've certainly been engaged by many folks with that sentiment. I have seen no such radical change, and my conversations with the district attorney certainly have not reflected.
Okay, so then what do you attribute the increase to then?
I don't know, but I certainly know that the way folks feel and anticipate something happening, sometimes that's premature. So I don't know that there have been additional efforts to move young people into the adult system. I don't know that.
I get that, but then what do you think is driving the increase in your facilities?
Oh, I see. I get the question. I'm hoping it's temporary. I'm hoping that it's so difficult without giving enough time to see the population shifts to know if it was simply a natural or a blip, or if it's really a policy or something that made the shift. So I think that we don't have a predictable flat line. For example, after one weekend, LP may go up by 4 or 5, and then it's a particularly tough week in another 3. But if you look at a point at the end of every month over the course of 6 months, I don't see an increase. We see a decrease. So I'm hoping it's temporary. And I have not made the connection to that quite yet.
With regard to girls and gender expansive youth, we have also had motions attempting to improve outcomes and the experience of that population, and we've had that number increase. We hear the number 50 often. It decreased to 35 as of October of last year. Now, as of February, it's up to 54. 31 are pre-dispo, 23 at Kirby, post-dispo. So I understand you're recommending moving them to Kilpatrick. Does Kilpatrick have the necessary mental health infrastructure to support them well at Kirby?
Well, none of that exists in Kilpatrick, right? Kilpatrick only has the very limited services that we have for 14 to 20 young men that are SYTF and older, so no. But I am a little shocked, to be honest, coming in today, because I think this is a perfect example where the board has asked me in probation to take special attention to providing additional services to particular youth. And I have come back to you with what I consider to be the most modest of recommendations, pointing out I can't do that well, for example, for gender expansive youth and having safe environments by aligning the current resources where they are. Saying at Dorothy Kirby, I'm going to do this, at LP, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to have boys there. So this is really attempting to not come back to you, ask for money, not come back to you, ask for an expansion, and say within what I have, and taking into account the staff that I have, these are minor changes that would better align us to do better for the young people and their particular needs. And so I think you're right to point out that that is an area where we need to do better. And I'm coming back to you and saying, really, the way forward is to have one location with more specialized services that can feel safer, that looks different, that has different type of housing, And I don't have a perfect place for that to happen. And there are pros and cons to every location. But my best proposal is for it to be Kilpatrick.
And with that, I guess what we don't see is the appropriate mental health infrastructure even available? I don't know if someone here from DMH wants to talk about if they are in a position to provide it to support you. Is mental health in a position to provide the additional resources to make that a safe, appropriate transfer and transition?
So as the chief was talking, Connie Draxler, Senior Deputy Director for Reentry at DMH. As the chief was talking, there's a small number of youth at Kilpatrick, and so our staffing is small there also. We would need to reevaluate our staffing to determine if any staff would be willing to relocate to Kilpatrick. That could be challenging just because of location, so we would be probably looking at new hires, and that would require us to do some assessment around not only vacant but funded positions available for us to add the staffing. But we're certainly committed to looking into that and ensuring that there would be appropriate staff at Kilpatrick if this change would happen.
So I don't want to speak for Supervisor Horvath, but for me, that's the kind of full circle piece I think would be helpful for us to see in a plan. If they're going to be moved there, that mental health is already identified. Yes, we can do it. No, we cannot. If we cannot, what it takes to make it happen in terms of external partners. You know, when you say a plan, that's what I envision, that those questions would have already been included or answered. So thank you for that, because based on your comment, that would impact timing and ability to make that transfer if you all have to staff up or ask staff if they're willing to go there. If not, then find people who are, further delays the ability to make that move and transfer. Thank you, I appreciate that. Quick question on Challenger, on Scott and Scudder. I agree that there should be academy. I don't know what other counties do in terms of a physical place for an academy, but when I saw two former camps with square footage and acreage and a number of buildings that I don't know the general number, considering the current number of probation staff, considering what it must take us in terms of cost to maintain keeping them functional and operating, do you need both of them? I can imagine that you need both to create this academy.
So with respect to Challenger, so Challenger is not something we're pursuing.
Excuse me, Scott and Scudder. I think that's what you're, Scott and Scudder.
Yeah, they're really sister camps, and there's a current assessment to determine if we need the entirety of it or a portion of it or what would be best suited. There are certain things in which, let's say we only need one for the number of staff to determine what to do with the other location, but it has more to do with what type of use we can get out of it. But we really would come back with, they're both there because because they're sister, and they're at the same location, but our ultimate utilization would come after the current assessment.
Okay, it just, you know, I'm clear that we've got lots of land, lots of property that are not being used currently, and one helpful outcome from my perspective of a plan is to figure out what we're going to do with this excess real estate. And we can't get to a repurpose conversation, Supervisor Solis, until we have the plan and know what we're going to need, not just for now, but long term. Because heaven forbid we, you know, repurpose it and then look up and we need to build something else. And the fact that, you know, it is a common practice to build carceral institutions in, pardon me, undesirable locations, places that are not ideal in terms of people wanting to go there to work, the neighbors not wanting that kind of facility, whatever the case is. So I hope that I will look forward to hearing what the plan is, because there's real cost to continuing to operate these buildings with probation staff, I'm assuming, even though we may not have people housed there, and we just need to be realistic in terms of what that means. Depopulation, that's a question I always come to, and I appreciate keeping the population down remains challenging, but we've had some progress. Will, when the detention reduction plan be expanded to address probation's policies and practices for recommending detention after intake?
That's currently underway. Chief Deputy Epps is leading the charge there. I'd have to come back to you with much more specific on when I think they'd be.
All right. I just think that as we continue to talk about the increasing, figuring out a proactive reduction plan is going to continue to really be important. I'm just scanning real quick to see what I can punt to later. I've asked in the past when we talk about community-based placements, because as we talk about reducing the number of predisposed young people, making sure that we've got places for them to go. I was hoping the Department of Youth Development could give me an update. Director Carroll, if you could. We've talked about there were some barriers to accessing placement, appropriate placements, and really in matching individual young people with beds, and that there was a shortage of community beds for predisposed youth under the age of 18. So can you give me, and you were going to do an analysis, so if you could give me a brief update on that analysis, and if there are indeed barriers, if there are other departments present here who could, help us address them.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. And yes, we've continued to extend that analysis. It started in December with 75 organizations. I think the last time I reported out, roughly 50 had responded. We're up to 62 respondents that have answered the survey. We've been reaching out individually, phone calls, et cetera. I believe the last time I came in, the actual available beds were only about 18, if I'm remembering correctly, for young people under 18. The current number that we have is about 65 potential beds available, but those facilities do have certain restrictions, right? So they will be selective as they reach out to the young people, or if they're engaged to house those young people. We certainly are excited as DYD to be part of an innovative solution to get young people back into the community, but we recognize the limits of our authority. So we certainly think that the defense bar, the judges, the bench, as well as probation, have a lot more control in those decisions. So we certainly want all those partners to be brought to the table. We have actually engaged with both the defense bar and the judges to find out, first of all, if it's something they would be interested in offering. Because it's, yeah. So there seems to be a level of interest from both of those parties. So we want to continue to convene, but certainly want to make sure that probation is part of that conversation. And in any way we can assist, we are certainly available to do that.
So I appreciate that. The reason I've continued to raise it is, as we've talked about it being our preferred option, we needed to make sure that the capacity was there as we engaged those conversations, asking members of the bench and bar to support us in that. One quick question for probation. I know that I think historically, one of the challenges has been probation's I don't know if it's a statute or just an unwilling or an internal policy has not been able or willing to allow DYD to have access to juvenile case files, as we're talking about who is best poised to transition into these community-based settings. And so is that statute, is that policy, having access to juvenile case files, for example, that would allow us to figure out if we could match youth at Los Padrinos into community-based placements?
Does County Council want to answer that? Do I get to punt over to County Council?
I'll accept the punt, yes. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Yeah, to the question, there is an impediment in the statute at this point that would prevent the sharing of that information as described. I think there are some efforts to address that.
So is it the statute that says that probation must be the lead agency for all?
Sorry, that is one of them. I think there's also a separate Welfare and Institutions Code section that speaks to that issue.
Okay, so we'll follow up on that because I think those are some of the structural issues as we're really trying to talk about making sure that young people can be in the least restrictive, most appropriate environment, making sure that there aren't structural issues preventing us from making that happen. If we get the community to identify beds, we want to make sure that they can be transferred there. Madam Chair, I'll punt the rest of my questions to the appropriate departments at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I apologize for asking so many questions at the beginning, but so I wanted to ask our chief, today, what was your intent with the presentation? If this is a receive and file, and you know, is this is something to allow for us to react to, or you know, how did all of this evolve? And I know we had motions that directed you to do a lot of this, to put together a global plan, but I wanted to kind of have that from you, at least if you could outline that.
Well, Supervisor, to be completely honest, I intended on providing a presentation that really, from my perspective, was as mild as any because, one, uses existing resources, wasn't asking to develop any new sites, wasn't asking for additional money, wasn't asking to expand beds, wasn't asking to do any of that. As a matter of fact, maybe different than county council, I don't think any of the things individually proposed here are outside the scope of ordinary probation business. However, you are the Board of Supervisors, you're my boss. I am trying to implement your vision in the county, so it's extraordinarily imperative that I get your feedback and know where to go back and see where I've missed the mark. But I'll tell you, individually, I don't think there is actually anything in here that's outside the scope of normal business in probation.
We want change. Well, you know, for me, I know that we've had a lot of discussions about reimagining how probation would work and what we would do with all this excess property in camps, because they're certainly underutilized now. But I think that, you know, this is a first step. And for me, the way I perceive this is that this is now a discussion template for all of us and for the folks behind you, as well as our communities and people that care about this issue. So I don't see this as cemented in any way. And I do think, and that's what I want to hear from you, is that this is just, for me at least, a discussion. And we're having a discussion then to come back and have appropriate feedback, and including, you know, the board, and meeting again individually with board members. Because to be honest, I mean, I was on the one hand surprised how aggressive the plan is from my perspective, because I hadn't ever seen it all put together like this. You've been asked by the board about what your plans were, but it was never put in writing. And to see it today, I think it could have been helpful to have it in advance and maybe walk through with the board, each member, to say, hey, this is, what do you think? You know, what are your ideas here? And then obviously making sure that the folks that have been meeting with you, that we've asked, that are behind you right now, that they have the appropriate input. And it may not be that we all agree on everything, because that's just not the way things work here all the time at the county. And I am impressed to hear, though, that you're not asking for more money. But what does that mean right now in time? Because if we have to rearrange finding mental health staff that are going to be reprogrammed or hired up, those are all costs that we have to take into consideration. And that, as a board member, I do want to I do want to have a clear understanding what that means, and also the training for employees, new employees that you want to bring in. I kind of agree. I don't know if you need two places for that training, and I get it that they're in the same regional area, but thinking through what all of that really means, and really talking about the kind of personnel that we want to attract, because it isn't the same anymore. And I think that constantly has to be brought out, that we're looking at a different method of treating and working and healing our young people and trying to make them whole. And it's hard because the clock is ticking, and we have a lot of other things that are kind of overpowering some of our own decisions now. And part of it is fiscal. We haven't even talked about that. But I just wanted to say that. I'm not going to say in your defense, but I will say that I'm happy that at least you gave us something so that we could react to, and then continue to have these opportunities to meet with you, to talk with the other staff too, departments, and see where they're at and what skin in the game they really have. Because that was the whole purpose of having the other departments here as well. That was made very clear to us. I think that's really important. And then also what your progress has been with staffing and being able to retain staff and have staff show up. So we can have the best laid plans, but again, we have to keep the eye on the ball. The problem that we don't have sufficient staff and appropriate staff showing up. Because I don't care if you have a body, if a body don't care about what's happening there, that doesn't solve anybody's problem. But I think those are things that I want to hear as we move forward with your plan. So, okay? I don't know if you want to react to that.
I appreciate your comments. They're always very helpful. I just do want to make a point of clarification. I would not have presented anything to you that another department head was catastrophic, cannot be done. So while the work is not done because this is simply a starting point, that was the purpose of, advancing that. We wouldn't present anything. At some point, I have to present what I think is the best plan, knowing that from what we have, there's no location that is perfect for any population. And so, if you look at my board, there are 15 different permutations how to do this, each one of them having a challenge in front of it. And so what we certainly cannot do is continue paralyzed where we are, because we know that we need to do better and provide more services, and some of it requires some population changes. Thank you.
Yeah, and I actually echo what Supervisor Solis was saying, and I guess I would just say, I know that the purpose was to see if this was a direction the board would sign off on, because it's very labor, at least this is what my staff told me, this is very labor intensive to put together an overall plan and do a deep dive. So you wanted the board to better understand the direction you're moving in, and that's why it's a receive and file. Is that correct?
Very accurate, thank you.
And, in terms of when I look at AFRBA and the recommended closing of Page, if you close Page, does AFRBA staying open allow you to reopen if you need that space? Or does that have to go through their licensing all over again? Because I'm looking at Scott and, what is it, Scott and Scudder, not Scudder, is it Scudder? That are up, yeah, that when those two closed, in order to reopen them, we have to go through a lot more than if we had just kept them open and maintained them, correct?
That's absolutely true. The advantage we have in terms of the East camps is that the rated capacity for the two remaining camps far exceeds any of our plans that utilize them. So we're not planning on even reaching that ceiling. It'll be an ongoing conversation on whether we want to continue Page sort of as that backup and not lose that licensing. It gets a little complicated because I think if I failed to mention at the beginning, if we plan to do that, then there is some investment that we would have to make there, which I was trying to avoid by keeping it open for the housing of young people.
But there's investment you need to make even at Los Padrinos and Perry Nidor, correct?
Yes, except that the funds or the
They're already
yeah, yeah.
the bond. Okay. I mean, I guess, my understanding is that the direction that you as a chief probation officer want to take is what you're recommending in these slides. And today's receive and file. If you don't hear objections, you're going to begin to do the next phase, which is what I think Supervisor Mitchell was asking and Supervisor Horvath, in terms of the meat on the bones of the recommendation you're making. Correct?
Yeah, the next stage would be work groups for each one of these with our county partners. After those are settled, then with the community at large.
Okay, and just in closing, I'd like to say I really appreciate the Dorothy Kirby Center and the complex mental health and special needs facility, because to your point right now, we don't have that space. And I think it's important, especially when I talk to probation officers and even parents that are frustrated because they know their kids need the help, but they're not getting it. It's the same thing in the jails. We have the same problem in jail. I mean, we know that we need to provide a better level of service and care, and yet we struggle with that. And so I think it's important for us to recognize an opportunity to do that. So I appreciate that. So with that, Supervisor Hahn and then Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, I obviously have objections to this, but I don't think I'm in the majority here. But, and just for clarification, Dorothy Kirby actually is our space for mental health for our girls. So, and by the way, I think Dorothy Kirby is one of those that works well right now. It's one of the facilities that actually works well. But you're proposing to move all the girls and put the young men in there. That's correct. I guess for me, if there is a next step, and what would have helped me today, Chief, would have been to take each of these proposals, each of these facilities, just so I know you've thought through it. Like, okay, I'm recommending that the girls go to Kilpatrick. Now, I realize that's farther away from where they are, where the staff is in Commerce. That'll be a challenge, but here's what I'm thinking. That's a little bit farther away for court transport, but here's what I'm thinking. And every one of them, because it felt like the questions you got in cluster, some of the questions today, it just felt like maybe you didn't think through all these. Now, that may be wrong, but I think it would help me going forward that you take each of these ideas, and I think some of them do have a price tag on them. And I think that for us to really make a informed decision moving forward, I think, we need a price tag, we need pros and cons kind of each of your suggestions, so that we can make a more informed decision if this is the direction we want to go. I think this was yes, global, but it didn't give me enough comfort that you have thought through all the challenges that this global plan presents. And again, I'll go back to, I think our biggest problem is not facilities. It's a lot more than that. So that would be my suggestion. The next time we see this, it answers my concerns about challenges, staffing, and price tag, because I think there is a price tag to some of this. Anytime you see construction and renovation, there's a price tag to that. I just think we would like to know it.
Those are really 2 points. One of them with respect to, I don't want you leaving thinking that I'm saying that there isn't cost involved. What I'm saying is that the large projects have to take place, or there's already an accounted for price on that tied to something else, for example, DOJ, or tied to so. What we're trying to do is we're going to spend this money, what's the best way to do it that's actually gonna help? What I am a little bit dismayed by is if I gave you the impression that the questions being posed or that the staffers are presenting are things that we didn't think through, nothing could be further from the truth. As a matter of fact, some of these questions we have repeatedly, now some of them don't have a good answer. because there are alternatives that our partners in probation will have to take place. It's not going to be perfect. So if I gave you the impression that I hadn't thought through any of these things, nothing could be further from the truth. I think what I was trying to say is that the decision point hadn't been made. It would be premature for them.
Good point, Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Mitchell.
I just wanted to follow up on your comment when you outlined, Madam Chair, what your expectations would be for the following, for the next steps. And as you responded, the next step is to connect with departments to kind of put the meat on the bones, if you will. If you could just give me a sense of the timing of that. I don't know, I don't remember if the motion required a report back on a regular cycle. So just what could we expect in terms of when to see the next iteration where the other departments will kind of put their stamp on the plan?
So the original motion, Supervisor, called for quarterly reports, so we'll be back in May, August, and November.
So May will be the next time we hear the plan with, as Supervisor Horvath would say, all the things.
But,
okay.
But is that keeping in line, I mean, with what the constraints are with the state and all? I mean, I think that was self-imposed by us. Right, exactly. And so the question, I mean, is that going to impact?
So if I could just be extraordinarily blunt.
Please do.
It depends if the objection is to the plan in its totality or simply the more difficult components that come at the third and fourth point. So for example, if there's no objection with moving forward on the finalization of leaving Central, that's something that if you take a look at the timeline, we move forward with, we continue meeting on the other components. If, for example, the Page component or the East Camps is not in question here, we move forward. And it simply gives us more time on addressing the concerns and maybe pivoting on what I think I'm hearing more than anything else is the Kilpatrick and the Dorothy Kirby. So if that order of operations is in line, then this timeline works.
So, item 35, though, is a monthly, thank you to Eddie, is a monthly report on the third Tuesday of the month. So maybe we come back the third Tuesday of the month and have an update on the plan moving forward.
That's fine with me, because I guess my real question was, as you said, are we waiting for the full plan before any movement happens? And I'm hearing that you're saying no, that there are things that are moving and will move even as the plan continues to evolve.
I wouldn't be so bold. I'm looking for concurrence that it is okay to proceed with those early items.
So, but yeah, for instance.
How does that work,
Yeah,
though?
you have Campus
There's no vote.
Kilpatrick. It commences, depopulation commences June 1st. That means you're moving them out June 1st, and we're moving in the girls. I feel like there's a lot in this global plan, Madam Chair, that has specific dates. That is moving forward before I feel like a lot of it has been worked out.
And that's my concern, is there are some things that are quite specific, and there are other things that are not at all spelled out. And I don't hear resounding affirmation from our other departments. For the sake of time, I'm not calling them up to the dais, but I think if they were really excited about this plan, yes, it solves a lot of the challenges in public health, in mental health, in health services, then we would be hearing resounding support and excitement. But that's not what we're hearing. It's my understanding this plan was presented to them on Friday. And so I can't affirm a plan and this magnitude of movement until I understand that our departments, Ms. Drexler commented on the challenges that mental health anticipates, and I don't understand why we can't have them work together to present a plan that is informed by all of our departments before it comes to us. I don't think that's asking a lot.
So I will say that I don't expect the department, I mean, they are clients of probation, in essence. And so I would hope that the second round would be bringing the departments in to build on that. I actually am watching the department heads who are lousy poker players, by the way, because I'm watching you, and I know that you're not. I can tell, Dr. Dorado, that you have not been consulted on this. I mean, it's very obvious by the faces, but then again, I think we want to know the direction, or Guillermo wants to know the direction that the board is okay with. I'm okay with it. I say move forward and bring us a proposal. It's a receive and file. At the end of the day, I think the frustration I have is this is like the 100th time we've discussed probation. No, before Guillermo, in terms of a direction. And on the SYTF at Barry Nider, we had an opportunity 8 years ago to address that, and we didn't do it. And so now we're back to square one. And if we don't give clear direction, or at least the ability for our chief probation officer to make a determination based on what we hired him for as a subject expert, then we're going to be back here next year having the same discussion. And I just don't think that's what we want. I mean, I'm not saying, Supervisor Horvath, that this is perfect, but I believe we need to now allow him to begin to put the meat on the bone to see what that looks like. I wouldn't want him going and talking to my cities unless this was a direction that I felt comfortable for him to take. So, you know, and now obviously I think Laverne's going to know that Paige is on the table, but I think it's important for us to let our subject expert provide a report to us based on his recommendation, and then bring the proposal back with more information moving forward. But if this is direction that the board is comfortable with him going in, I think that's what he's looking for. I know, and believe me, I don't think we're going to get 5-0 on this, but it's and it's a receive and file today.
So if I could follow up on the question I asked, that I appreciate the motion set quarterly, which is how we got the May response. I would ask that, I appreciate that's what the motion said, and if the motion's author would be open to us setting a different date that we want to hear the next step.
I don't have a problem, and I'm just gonna, since you were blunt, I'm gonna be blunt. I think part of the reason why you want to do it in public is because you don't get a straight answer. You get different answers from different board offices, and you don't have a clear direction to go. Is that correct?
If I waited for unanimity, either by department heads or by this board, it's 5 years from now, we would still be talking about this.
So that's why we're doing it this way, in incremental pieces, so that you can get direction in terms of your recommendation and then move to the next.
I'm again, and I hope I haven't overstepped, I'm incredibly sensitive to the direction each supervisor has and their vision for. So I simply propose that if you take a look at the two initial items in terms of time, the first one is Central, the second one is Page.
Correct.
If between now and when we meet again, we move forward on that, that gives us time to continue to come before you and give updates on the other pieces.
I think that's what you said, Supervisor Mitchell, correct?
I said, I just don't want to wait till May.
Yeah, so I think that's the direction that, if that's the direction you were taking with this receive and file, because there's no vote taking place.
But Madam Chair, what about these other commencement dates? If we receive and file it, does that stick?
No, but I'd be before you before then. I think that what I'm hearing is that you want to hear, after the work groups begin, you want to hear from the other department heads. You want to know more specifics on whether services can be provided. So we wouldn't move forward on that.
Then they should be taken out of this proposal. That's what I have a problem with. I'm okay with the Camp Page and the Central, but already depopulating Kilpatrick June 1st. Then, you know, when do you have the girls moving into there? Repopulate female population.
I think you said you were going to let them
relocate female population September 1st.
But I thought you said that you just weren't going to assign new people there, and eventually it would zero out, correct?
That's
what you said.
I would be more comfortable if you take those dates out, because, Madam Chair, I would say when you said I don't think we'll ever get a 5-0 support, I disagree with that. I think we could support a plan, but it's almost like I would like him to go back to the drawing board and do it in a way that does include our stakeholders, does include our departments, does include feedback from the supervisors, particularly with the facilities in our district, includes our Justice Department, our Justice deputies' feedback, then bring it to us. And I think it'd be easier for us to embrace that. And no matter what you think, Guillermo, this is not mild. This is pretty aggressive, honestly, and that's okay. It's just very aggressive but for me, it hasn't been vetted enough to have actual dates on some of your proposals.
So I'm just going to speak for myself. I do not want this delegated to justice deputies. That's why I wanted it at the board, because we are going before. Well, I want the feedback to come from the board, because the state is very involved in this, and we are the ones that are being held accountable when it comes to conditions and what are we doing for probation, and that's why I believe it was elevated to the board at some point. I'm not delegating it to justice deputies.
So it went to cluster, and they had some comments, and they had good questions.
And I think that's part of Guillermo's frustration, quite frankly, is that the consistency on guidance given by deputies versus the board differ. Guillermo?
I mean, I have serious concerns. I have serious concerns with the idea of starting fresh. I mean, obviously, we will move forward as you determine. However, the considerations that led to this didn't begin yesterday.
Right.
A year ago, many of these ideas were socialized with board offices who had very different ideas. And ultimately, I have to make the best recommendation of what I believe moving forward would be. Of course, it's your decision.
Supervisor, did you want to say something, Supervisor Horvath?
I'm just saying, I've worked very hard and very closely with my communities to have an engaged process of what's happening in a neighborhood. I think all of you would prefer that. These facilities, 2 of them that we've been talking about are in my district. I know one is in Supervisor Hahn's district. To state the obvious, we're divided as a board on how we want to proceed and how we want to empower this department to proceed. And I think that community input matters. And if people were upset and calling your offices saying, we need more detail to understand what's happening, you would want them to have that opportunity. They haven't had that opportunity. They don't know what's going on with these facilities. And I think that's not responsible to a community. I don't think it's responsible to our department directors who are expected to provide services. And I don't think it's, and most importantly, I don't think it serves the young people who are entrusted to our care. So we can do this by votes and proceed that way because we have to make progress. But at the end of the day, there are better ways to have votes. We know that. And sometimes we take more difficult votes. And I understand that too. So if this is how we want to proceed, I just would be prepared that we're going to have a lot of upset community members who didn't have their say in how these facilities will operate in their communities.
And if you thought that I meant keep the community out, I didn't. What I said was, when justice deputies were brought up, I said that it should be discussed in open forum at the board meeting, because my information coming from the department is that sometimes what is coming out of the clusters and then what comes out of our board are not always consistent. So I felt that it's probably better to have it come straight to us and be transparent so that the public can hear what's being discussed. And I think it's important. And I know there's advocates in the audience that want to know the discussion rather than it being done but there, I think our input, like right now we're giving input and the public can hear it. I think that's important at the end of the day. I mean, that's just, but the community, I agree. I mean, Page is in my district and Afraba. And I understand that the communities don't want to read about it in the paper. They want to be a part of the discussion to best understand what exactly is being proposed. I support that 100%, 100%. But I think today's purpose was to say, this is the direction I want to go in. Now you're going to take it if this is direction the board gives you the green light to go in, to the next step, correct?
That's accurate.
Okay, Supervisor Mitchell?
I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of when we talk about community impacted, while the second district doesn't house any of these facilities, the second district is certainly overrepresented based on the young people in them. So I too have a vested interest in what happens where on behalf of the constituents who I represent. So when we talk about community engagement, it's not just those who live close to facilities. It's those family members who have young people in them. So I am hoping, based on this conversation, that we can agree to, we're not taking a vote, that he will go forward on the two actions that you talked about, that you're ready to move forward on.
Close Central and Page. Those are two.
And that we agree to come back with a plan that includes input from the other departments who their role and involvement will help increase the likelihood of the success of this plan. And it is an ongoing conversation and process that, you know, even though people, and me too, may have questioned with some elements of the plan, that today feels premature to kick any elements of the plan off the table without them having been fully fleshed out and informed by other department heads. So if there's agreement on initial actions, and if we can get agreement on a date to come back with a more fleshed out plan that is not as far off as May, I think that makes sense for next steps.
And I agree, and I want to get a clarification because Supervisor Hahn and I both, I think, are trying to connect the dots. A receive and file is just a receive and file, but there's two action items, closing Central and Page, correct? So by receiving and file, don't we have to take a vote on that?
Well, no. So normally with a receive and file, just like any department's receive and file, the board doesn't take action if there's something that the board has received in that report back that they then want to bring a motion on. You wouldn't do it today because the public hasn't been given notice that you're going to act on anything in that report today.
Got it.
But Madam Chair, do those two actions require board action?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah. Do they?
We're stuck on the receive and file, but the point is, he may have the authority to take action on those things.
My understanding, I did not include anything in here that I believed required your approval. I am seeking your approval because I am trying to implement your vision, but all of these items with respect to funding, locations, everything else is...
So you can close Central and Page without board taking action. I mean, that's within...
Well, I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is that the motion specifically directed that that his plan be approved by this board. So any plan that he has for any facility based on the motion that was passed, it requires it to be approved by the board, which is, I would think, based on any recommendation that he has, someone would bring forward a motion to move forward on any specific recommendation that he's putting forward.
But not today, Not
today.
So someone would bring forth a motion saying, I move that we close Page and...
Go ahead, Guillermo.
And again, County Council can differ here. I don't think there is anything inherently required of the board for me to close. However, many of the items have been tied to budget items or the use of funds, which is how we get to prior requests for approval. But again...
Okay.
I'm just referencing the motion.
I understand, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take leadership role here and just say this is a receive and file, and we're going to do public comment now, because we can all discuss this till the cows come home, and there's no action to be taken. I think you've heard, Guillermo, all the concerns from all the board offices in terms of what expectations are, whether it be a more deep dive in terms of the departments and their role and them being brought into the discussion, or community engagement. And so I would ask that you take that into consideration, but I think the direction, at least from majority is that this is the direction to go in right now, but understanding that we're going to get more information based on just comments that have been made about how different departments are going to work on the campuses, and then on Kilpatrick, how you're going to depopulate and then repopulate, and then on Los Padrinos, keeping the population there while the remodel. I mean, there's different levels of questions that have been asked.
Yeah, but also, you know, for instance, it's true we can't move predisposition girls to Kilpatrick unless BSCC inspects it and signs off on it. So that's, I don't know how we can have a date certain for that until they have to inspect it and sign off on it. And if they don't, you know, again, then that's just it's a cascading event.
It's absolutely true. Thank you for that point. I also had these nightmares if I present you a plan with no dates. I think the first thing you would ask is, well, what are your anticipated dates? So these are starting points, taking into consideration all of the things that need to take place with some flexibility. But I think I've heard you loud and clear with respect to today's presentation. I've taken note of your concerns. I've taken note of the fact that you want to hear from me again and from the county partners with more specificity on many of the items that you have presented, plus others that will come up in those sessions with the other departments.
Okay, this is a receive and file, so unless anyone else has any questions.
Supervisor, did you want to Supervisor Mitchell's point, not waiting until May, did you want to continue the matter to a sooner date or leave the May quarterly date?
We already are scheduled to come back every month on the third Tuesday.
Yeah, that's why when I said that Eddie told us that, so we're going to have this is third Tuesday. All right, with that, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Araya Blakely, Brooklyn Love, Cornelius Pettis, Damaria P., Deanna Pittman, Deneen Sutton-Smith, Dr. Critical Truth Bay, Emily Paz, Evelyn Espinal, Jacob Jackson, Jazara Halliday, Jeff Hines, Kaylee Matthews, Kate Teague, Lena Mallet, Marcus Nunez, Melinda Kakani, Nina Moore, Peaches Robledo, Tahita Shakur, Thomas Bell, Trinity Relaford, and Tyreek Ship. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 34 and 35, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Please state the item number you are speaking on. Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Byron Jose with the Zanzafina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath and Mitchell, for uplifting the voice of other communities, ensuring that this process is informed and engages not just the stakeholders, the providers, but also the youth who survived the camps and have direct lived experience. A jail will never be a home, whether it's prefab or not, whether you call it a pod, however you want to phrase it, it will still continue to be a cage. We want to make sure that the alignment to care is ensuring in all the departments, not just a blanket free reign for a probation officer to do as he pleases. How do we ensure that we move forward with decarcerating the growth and gender expansive youth in this camp and freeing all our youth through coordination of services and care? And I want to make sure that you listen to the voices of the young people that are spending all afternoon trying to have an input in this thing and decisions that impact their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state the item number you are speaking on. Zoe Rawson, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, Zoe Rawson speaking on items 34 and 35. I'm part of Live Fund's Zero Now Collective. We're trauma and gender responsive community practitioners, and we're using care teams. We've worked with 5 girls and gender expansive young people to support their release from detention and reentry care just in 2025. That's 2 months. Each young person has an individualized care team and we aim to bring 2 to 3 more young people out of detention with care teams each month. Our plan is to serve them for as long as it takes. That is the pace of youth development. The majority of girls and gender-expansive youth detained currently are as a result of probation overriding their risk assessment. We can release those young people immediately and initiate care teams with Zero Now care coordination. Every care team is coordinated by experienced community leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker,
There are
please.
5 or more.
Please state the item number you are speaking on. Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, it's Eric Previn. First of all, I think when you hire a guy like Mr. Villarosa, you need to let him do his job. Okay, so the guy has made some recommendations, and I think we need to embrace his choice. He's been subjected to 5 views, 2 different groups. It's very important, and the communities are important to listen to, but at a certain point, when we're where we are now, which is in a abject lunacy container, we're flying around in circles, waiting for reports and trying all different things. Let's go. We have to let the man do his job. I don't agree with every single thing he said, but he's trying, and we need to allow that to grow and move forward. I don't know how much longer this can go on. When the old guy, Jerry, who was buying Costco vacations for his wife or his girlfriend, was in charge, there was something called paragraph 60. We said, let him out. We can't keep this probation because what it does is it metastasizes into a dangerous situation. And that's where we are right now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Decade, so
Please state the item number you are speaking on. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Well, thank you. Probation started in 1903, and here we're 2025, and you still haven't mastered the fundamentals. My God. And we know the mother milk of all of this is money. Show me the money. Show where the business. And on the presentation, why can't we have 3 or 4 different scenarios and with a cost-effective situation and take a selection what you can deal with instead of taking so much time and running around in circles. This is an embarrassment that this has been going on. And I've been looking at this stuff for like decades on this. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state the item number you are speaking on. Sir Bagley, your line is open. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Sir Bailey, speaking on 34 and 35. First of all, thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your vote last time around. Wishing more would have followed that suit and probably wouldn't be here. Decarceration, youth justice reimagined. Looks like families having fun, laughing in the sun, not probation officers on the run, and BOS foot dragging. We insist, please do persist, don't persist. We insist, please don't persist in ruling like the prison industry is all that exists to keep us safe or secure the space, when the truth is this business does neither or neither. DEI is in the windstorm. Military Prison Industrial Club provides the fire to burn all hope of kids in LP ever getting out and getting onto that golf course. Free the 70% immediately, them that pass the labs, and stop demonizing the 30% as if forever all bad. A free seed and love soil, safe communities grow, but state in place of mom and dad.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
This global.
State the item number you are speaking on. Daisy Burns, your line is open. You may begin.
34 and 35. Focusing on reducing the LP population, Judge Espinoza on Friday ordered a review of each individual there to determine who should be returned to the community, which surprisingly was not already underway. That review should be expedited. On the legal point regarding DYD's involvement, the public defender should be consulted on possible client waivers to allow the sharing of information. In addition, the board should refer any youth who are at LP solely because they have no safe home to return to for immediate placement by an appropriate county department, and should insist on a process for pre-detention non-carceral placement for future youth who fall into this category. No youth should be in a locked facility because of an abusive home. Finally, please do not close Camp Page. At Friday's hearing, the court repeatedly asked about the availability of camp space. We should recognize that space is desirable for both pre- and post-adjudication use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state the item number you are speaking on. Helen Eisenberg, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Helen Eigenberg. I'm part of Hangout Do Good, and I'm a constituent in SD3, and I'm speaking on behalf of items 34 and 35. I'm in strong opposition to the Probation Department's most recent facility plan included in item 34. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your concerns and questions. Supervisor Hahn, Mitchell, and Solis, I share your sentiments. I wish you all had thought about these things before your last vote to give the chief executive power, though. How can we address a plan when we are still deep in crisis? Why haven't we done reassessments of the youth at LP and released those girls there that we know are not a threat to the community or themselves, and boys as well, who could be back in the community? And how about those 9 13-year-olds? It is hard for me to place any trust in this chief when I know about all the dysfunction in LP and the lack of transparency and accountability, his inability to get buy-in from his staff. We continue to fail our youth. We have so much work to do. We must change the culture. We must end the mistreatment. We must put these youth at the center of every conversation. I actually do believe we know what works. We are wasting time at the expense of our youth. And I'm asking you all to stop discussing and be brave and lead. Thank you.
Tina Davis, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, good evening. One thing I wanted to point out, just listening and looking over the global plan that that Guillermo presented to the board, I do believe it's a good plan. However, it does not address, like Supervisor Hahn said, the staffing issue, and that continues to be a concern among his own employees, I should say. He does not communicate with the employees to tell them, hey, this is what I want to do with you. He just treats each employee like a game of chess, that you're the checkers. He doesn't look at the employees as if they're human beings. I believe Supervisor Hahn brought up also about sending employees way to another place. Well, right now, he sends people that live in the San Fernando Valley to Downey to work. So, I mean, I'm just confused with everything. And
Thank
that's
you.
basically
Next
what
speaker,
I have
please.
to say.
Letitia Parbello, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, I think you mean Lupita Carballo, and I'm here speaking on 34 and 35. I'm representing the Sister Warriors Freedom Coalition. The BOS needs to remain focused on reducing the population inside juvenile facilities, particularly by following through on their commitment of decarcerating girls and gender-expansive youth. The issue with juvenile halls are not about the building themselves, they're about the lack of proper staffing. We need to reduce the population to truly address the concerns and reports of sexually abuse inside these facilities. Let's not forget the LA Times article from August 2022, which reported that 70 girls were sexually assaulted in juvenile camps by probation employees over the span of more than 3 decades. This is not an outdated issue. It is a very much still happening. The department has yet to hire new staff, and who would want to work in an environment with a reputation of sexually assaulted, misconduct, excessive force, and even drug possession? These girls deserve a space where they can feel safe, have a self-determination, and access the tools to need to succeed.
Thank
without
you.
constantly
Next speaker,
facing
please.
barriers. It is time to involve.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Cornelius Pettis. According to Deanna Carlisle with the Human Resources, she states that we have 656 officers on forced leave. I'm one of them. I do a 90-day rotation, which basically means I work half a year. I don't know how I can take care of my kids, my aging parents, all the responsibilities on working half a year. But then instead of paying me regular time, I'm off work for half a year, they pay somebody else overtime to come do my functions while I'm doing that. As far as the plan that I heard, I wouldn't even call it a plan. My 5-year-old granddaughter could do a better job. We look like we're playing musical chairs. We're moving kids from here to there, we're moving staff from here to there, and it's not working. The other thing I heard said, Chief said he wanted to tell employees how he feels about them. Well, he'd make very clear how he feels about us. It's not positive. Everything hinges around safety at Los Padrinos, the hiring, the retention, the promotion, the retirement, and the morale. Our morale has tanked.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Deneen Sutton-Smith, an officer with LA County Probation for over 25 years. Adoption of the global plan. A global plan means worldwide. This plan needs to address the local municipality of the Los Angeles County. Once one of the largest probation departments is being depleted, downsized due to the poor leadership. In bringing LP into compliance, we're talking about reassigning the DPO 1s that are lower paid. If that's the strategy, you've used DPO 2s for the past several years and it's still been unsuccessful. You have over 1,300 officers that are being sent home due to MOU violations, EEOC, ADA, retaliation, and discrimination. This plan is faulty, inaccurate, and immeasurable to the needs of LA County Probation. The plan does not address the safety of our youth, our staff, or the public within our facilities and our population. You are putting the constituents at risk.
Period.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Deanna Pittman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here with the Young Women's Freedom Center. I want to start off by saying that Probation and Guillermo have lost the entire trust of the community. The details outlined in their global plan are alarming. Just 3 years ago, this board realized that we had to re-examine the entire system of locking up girls. Fast forward to now, we're looking at a plan to double down on locking up girls and gender-expansive youth. This proposal to create a gender-specific juvenile hall is short-sighted and unresponsive to the actual needs of our girls. Transferring boys out of Kilpatrick, a camp that was literally designed to meet their needs, is like pulling the rug from beneath them. We want to reinforce that youth do not belong in cages. 87% of the girls in our program have not recidivated, and we have youth in coordinated care teams that have successfully come home, 6 youth in the past 2 months. If we continue this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Trinity Rutherford. I am formerly incarcerated. I am now a community organizer at the Young Women's Freedom Center. Today I am here because it saddens my heart to see young people being treated like they're on display, paraded around like zoo animals. When I was moved from Los Perginos to Barry J, it hurt deeply. It felt like I was being pushed away as if I were the problem. Being separated from my family took a huge toll on my mental health, especially knowing they couldn't visit me because I was so far away. I feel these children because I know firsthand how much privacy and stability matters. Consistently moving young people around from facility to facility, like transfers to Kilpatrick, does nothing to improve their conditions. It only causes more harm to those who we should be trying to heal. So let's stand firm in our community and let's uphold change. And yeah, for our future, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Demaria Player. I'm a youth organizer at Young Women's Freedom Center. I am 19 years old, system impacted, and formerly incarcerated. I initially came here to ask y'all to really think about the rejuvenation of these young girls and gender-expansive youth. Furthermore, the issue is the careless use of county funds. Young Women's Freedom Center has gotten 6 youth released in the last month and a half. Our success rate is 87%. Meaning 87% of the youth that we've helped with resources haven't been back in detention. If we could help rejuvenate these female youth in that short amount of time, envision what would happen if y'all funded more organizations helping the youth and their families. The goal isn't just to take them off the street, the goal is to keep them off the street and ensure their success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brooklyn from the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm here today to urge the board to please reconsider probation's global plan. We have been here time and time after again to advocate for freeing our youth. In 2021, you passed a motion to decarcerate girls and gender-expansive youth from juvenile halls. At one point in time, you agreed that decarceration was a solution. Probation action plan is just another piece of paper that will have a negative domino effect. Probation has a history of lying and doing the bare minimum to help improve the harsh conditions, which leads community to not trust them. Renovations is not the answer. Construction is just not the answer. This move will cause major risks for the safety of our young people. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Emily. I am 23 years old, formerly system impacted. I am here today to discuss the responsibility of county funds going into probation's global plan. According to the report, tens of millions of dollars are going into new capital projects and facility beautification. This money could go into resources and community programs. Thank you for your time. Please consider funding programs and letting girls and gender-expensive youth out instead of inflicting more trauma on the girls and gender-expensive youth.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. My name is Evelyn. I'm a member of the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm 18 years old and system impacted. I am here today to demand you to stop irresponsible use of county funds. I'm also here to ask you to consider an alternate plan for girls and gender-expansive youth. We are the alternative. At our center, we offer healing circles, leadership opportunities, and mentors. To keep girls out, invest in community resources like us. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Nina, and I am a member of the Young Women's Freedom Center. I am 23 years of age and have been system impacted all throughout my teenage years of life. I am here today to ask the Board of Supervisors in the system of probation, do you have a conscience? Simply just due to the fact that data shows 99% of predispositioned young girls and gender-expensive youth could be safely served with community. So yes, it's very unjust of you to just make young girls and gender-expensive youth move to a whole nother facility built off a foundation based for the growth of young boys. Coming from me, a formerly incarcerated young adult now being moved around consistently as a young girl was utterly hurtful to my mental and disastrous to my growth as a youth, barely getting a chance. So honestly, I don't feel like you have a conscience, because if you did, you wouldn't allow the disruption of a...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Who's gonna, yeah, right, yep, you're on. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Shakur. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm here today to stand against a global plan that's nothing more than a tactic to keep young people locked away. Right now, of the 50 girls being sent to Kilpatrick, 27 are pre-positioned, meaning they haven't even been sentenced yet and should be in community-based care. This is an injustice. It's crazy that young people are being denied due process, and even crazier that probation continues to prove it cannot care for them. Yet they're still trusted to make decisions that affect their futures. As a Board of Supervisors, you cannot pretend to care about youth when your actions tell a different story. Our partners and we have achieved much higher success rates with a fraction of the budget, proving that community-based programs work. The true measure of society can be found on how it treats its most vulnerable members. Gandhi. Young people deserve the future we imagined for them, not the ones you've chosen. It's time for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kaylee Matthews, and I'm a fellow with the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a formerly incarcerated youth. I'm here on behalf of the whole community, which is every org that you see in here, to demand on behalf of the community and myself that we're asking you to release these youth that are currently incarcerated, girls and gender-expanded youth to be exact. They instead should be diverted into community-based care. Under our guidance, youth have been locked up in a facility that cannot meet basic minimum requirements. While LP continues to operate illegally, declarations should be the main focus of the global plan. Y'all don't have to care, but we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Thomas Bell. I'm with Local 685. I represent the camps. I'm against the closure of Camp Page because we preach about having small communities. How are we going to have a small community if we close the camp that deals with older minors, older juvenile youth, and throw them into other camps, making theirs larger? We don't have a small community then. We have a larger community, and it is not going to work. Right now, camps are working. You do that, camps won't work. And I'm against what Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick is working. It's one of our best camps because of the officers that work there, putting their heart and dedication into it. I'm very much against messing that up right now. When something has worked, for some reason, probation wants to go and change it and mess it up. We need to keep that in order and intact. We need to keep Camp Page open. I am for changing LP. We can't be living in 1957. LP is old and it needs changes, so I do agree with that as well.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jazara Holiday from Youth Justice Coalition, formerly incarcerated youth. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Y'all been having me waiting all day. Today, we are here to say it's not enough. As usual, probation has come up with a plan that benefits them in their image while you guys are destroying these youth lives. While Los Padrinos continues to operate illegally, decarceration should be the main focus of this global plan. The burden of proof should be on probation to justify continued incarceration, not on defenders and advocates to justify release. Probation, along with community stakeholders, must hold intensive case reviews for each young person currently incarcerated at Los Padrinos. Public defenders, credible messengers, and programs such as DYD should be involved in service connection prior to release and throughout reentry. Moving youth has been disastrous in the past and traumatizing to youth. We have already seen this tactic fail. Any pauses in education, programming, essential mental health services, and related medication delivery could be severely dysregulated young people receiving treatment. This move will force youth.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Good to see y'all today. Probation must justify youth incarceration at Los Padrinos. My name is Jacob Jackson, and I am here to urge you to prioritize decarceration. Probation should be required to justify the continued incarceration of every young person at Los Padrinos, rather than placing the burden on defenders and advocates to argue for their release. The number of young people still held in juvenile halls is alarming. Probation has shown little care for their well-being and continues to operate these facilities illegally, remaining out of compliance with regulations. Youth who should have been released long ago are still detained. Some were even at risk of harm, such as those who have been caught in the recent, who could have been caught in the recent fires. Last time young people were moved overnight, no one was notified, even though probation knew an inspection was scheduled for the following day. This is just another example of how they attempt to cover up their failures instead of addressing them. To ensure accountability, probation, along with community stakeholders, must conduct intensive case reviews for every young person currently incarcerated.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Marquise Nunez. I'm a part of Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and I was 15 years old, looking at 72 years to life in jail as an adult, as a juvenile, being charged as an adult. And I oppose 34 and I oppose 35. I've been out 5 years now, and I also work in Barry J. Juvenile Halls. I go back and I'm a mentor there, and so like I'm hands-on there. Like Christmas time, like these kids have hope when they hear that they want to go back to juvenile halls. When they hear that they got a chance to go to camp. So I'm very hands-on. So I see them every week. So like I know that this is something that they wouldn't want, and I just want you guys we can come together and we got a bright future ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Hines. I work for Youth Justice Coalition as the Youth Development Coordinator. I have been in the field of youth development for over 8 years, and I am here to tell you that probation isn't getting it. I've worked for organizations that are cutting the recidivism rates down drastically by being consistent with youth, by giving them the care that they need, meeting their basic needs, and helping them to become healthy members of society, making them feel like their voice is heard so that they are able to make the next changes in life. I've seen community come together and have multidisciplinary teams with people that are experts in their lanes to help with one youth at a time, while having caseloads of over 100 kids on it and still making an impact. And this is with less of a budget than probation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dr. Truth Bay, Minister of Justice for the Party for Self-Defense. We don't give a damn about these kids. You know that. The county doesn't do oversight. They don't do outreach and engagement. We brought in a 14-year-old, Jamon Brown. I want to put Angel's Flight on this, Pat. Angel's Flight, we brought him to Angel's Flight last week, and then they said that he can't have communication with positive role models. We bought him a Bible. They threw it in the garbage. He ran away. This is Angel's Flight on Alvarado that you fund, county. So when we talk about a global plan for probation, you know there is not one. All they need is state-of-the-art studios, as I said, like these churches, and I need the power to the people to hear. It's not the government that's going to make a change for our youth. Put investment in the children, those who are paying $1,000 Beyonce tickets. Let's invest in these youth by creating studios so they can get off the street, so they won't have to be probation led for the county.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no more in-person speakers to address the board.
Thank you. To my colleagues, we are going to continue 8, 19, 46, and 41A. Eddie?
Madam Chair, 41A is just being released from the hold.
Oh, it's being released from the hold. Okay, so we're going to take public comment on those items. So what are we taking public comment on? Was it, go ahead. Was there, that's what I was told, that we. So read what items we're going to hear public comment on.
For public comment, we're going to be hearing for item 8, 19, 46, and 41A.
So when you release a hold, you still have to.
I thought we were
you
continuing.
have to take public
That's what I was
comment,
told.
correct?
They were going to be continued a week.
The 8, 19, and 46 have been continued.
Yeah.
And then 41A was released from hold, but because we didn't hear it during
Okay. So
during
okay, so
consent
we're going to
calendar.
hear public comment on those items. Can you, Ms.
Yes, we will bring the callers in.
All right. We're going to hear public comment. We're continuing, and then 41A, the hold was released, so we're going to have public comment on those items that, that we didn't allow public comment on because we had held them.
Yeah.
So let's see who's on the line and who is here in public to speak.
Will Dr. Ivy Hilton Priestess?
All right, let's do the phone first.
And Dr. Critical Truth Bay, please come forward and staff will assist you.
Madam Chair, just to confirm, so the last agenda item, the reports are received and filed? Correct.
I'm sorry, the last item was a receive and file. No action needs to be taken on the probation item. It's not a vote. Yeah.
And also, will Ben Garcia and Milix Guadamus please come forward and staff will assist?
County Council, I'm sorry, on the receive and file, do we have to take? No? So the 34 and 35 are receive and file. We're going to bring back 34 with 35 in 3 weeks on the third Tuesday. Correct. Thank you, County Council. All right, let's go with the phone.
Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Alan Campbell, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. 41A and B, I met with Fire Chief Greg Loy from South Pasadena last week, and he had a concern regarding the incentivization plan and who will determine the grades as we roll out our AGI for fire recovery and workforce. What does LA Board of Supervisors desire for the database that Anthony Maroney and Catherine Barger requested on 9/21, the same day President Trump announced Stargate, the $500 billion budget? I put in the request of $238.5 billion to bring U.S. Cyber Command's database to LA County publicly at that hearing. For the pilot, I set a base enrollment of $10,000 for members for police and fire departments with a maximum payout of $40,000 each if they get an A. The local fire and police chiefs should determine the grading system, but there will be items that should be clearly defined by state and federal policies, including the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights. Priority 1 for Dodge. Thank you.
Thank you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 8, 19, 41A, and 46, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, please, can we have the next speaker, please?
Andrea McPherson, your line is open. You may begin.
I apologize. I was trying to comment for public comment only, so you can take me out of queue.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll wait for public comment.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Are we doing the public comment as well?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll give you 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay.
Or don't.
My name is Andrea McPherson. I'm a stakeholder with LA Cares, and they are a nonprofit. We have a nonprofit organization that was given $150,000. I'm sorry, and it was unspent for 3 years, and the staff pretty much runs the meeting. We need to have a direct investigator. We do have Hilda Solis that is on the Board of Governors. We need to be able to have some sort of person investigating our monies so that we can give back to the community, and that's all we're there to do. So with that being said, can I ask that anyone from the Board of Supervisors please come to the meetings and have any sort of person that comes there to
Thank you. Next speaker,
evaluate
please.
the situation and let us know exactly.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Ben Garcia. I am the Executive Director for the Los Angeles and Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council's Apprenticeship Readiness Fund. Thank you for hearing my public comments. I am requesting your support for this motion because I believe that funding for the wildfire cleanup and rebuilding should not go to training a temporary workforce, but that county residents should benefit from a career pathway into our local building trades. The cleanup work is very hazardous, requiring important training in hazardous material handling, including lead and asbestos removal. By supporting this motion, we can ensure a clear plan is created to support the training of skilled workers and to prevent the exploitation and exposure to temporary workers that are not skilled and trained. Through our 24 authorized MC3 apprenticeship readiness programs, we can ensure that those folks are trained accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Can we hear?
Okay, let's try it. Yeah. Yeah, I see the red light or green light just went on. No. No, go to the middle. There. No. Let's try third time's a charm.
How about now? All right. Good afternoon, Supervisors, and thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Milix Vadamus, and I am a program coordinator with the Los Angeles and Orange County Building Trades Council's Apprenticeship Readiness Fund, and I'm tasked with overseeing the placement of long-lasting careers for the individuals that we serve in our communities. And the building trades hired me 2 years ago to ensure career pathway opportunities to family-sustaining wages to the community members wanting to get into the trades as a career path. I'm in favor of Motion 41A because it ensures that we can continue to prevent members of our community from being exploited and used as a temporary resource. We want to ensure these workers still have a job even after the cleanup has been completed. So I want to urge and encourage you all to please vote in favor of this motion, as it will greatly impact not only the lives of all those tradesmen and tradeswomen, but also the lives of their families long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
Executive Officer, would you please read out what we're going to vote on right now?
Madam Chair, we're going to first We have a motion to continue items 19 and 46 to February 25th, 2025. And I'll do a roll call for that. And then we also have another roll call for vote on 41A to approve. So I'm going to first do 19 and 46
For the continuance.
for the continuance to February 25th, 2025 for items 19 and 46.
Roll call.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Now, this will be the approval for item 41A.
I'm
We need
sorry.
a,
Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath.
on item 41A, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Abstain.
Supervisor Mitchell abstains. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries. 4 ayes, 1 abstention.
Okay, now we're
Motion
going to
carries.
call up item number 8. Supervisor Horvath, you held this item?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much. This item is to approve the conflict of interest codes for various jurisdictions throughout our county and is typically a standard item we regularly have on our agenda. We have these ethics laws to safeguard the public's trust in their government, and I held this item to discuss LASA's conflict of interest policy because transparency and accountability within our homeless services system is essential. This is especially important following our auditor controller's review, which found a lack of accounting best practices, which has me concerned. It does not feel like things are getting better at LASA, as I have been watching it firsthand at the commission. So I have a couple of questions. I guess to County Council, we can start with, what was the process for updating LASA's conflict of interest code?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can first give the general process of conflict of interest codes first, and then I'll speak to LASA specifically.
Okay.
Under the Political Reform Act, each government agency is responsible for adopting conflict of interest codes that identify all of their officials and employees within their agency that make governmental decisions based on the positions that they hold. Just at the outset, the responsibility falls on each individual government agency to review their conflict of interest codes every 2 years and submit any necessary amendments or changes to those codes. In the county, the executive office of the board is the one who will reach out to every single county department every 2 years in the even numbered years, including LASA, to flag their need to review their conflict of interest codes. Any changes in those codes are also flagged for relevant unions. They are reviewed by a county-established code reviewing panel, and then ultimately they're brought before the board for approval. COI codes, conflict of interest code amendments and revisions do not go to cluster. They come straight from the code reviewing panel to the board. And then every agency has to certify with the FPPC what they've submitted. In terms of LASA specifically, as I understand it, the executive officer did what it normally does, he or she normally does, reaches out to LASA, and in September of 2022, as I understand it, LASA declared at that time that they had some changes that needed to be processed. Then after some back and forth, then in June of 2023, LASA submitted some initial suggested amendments to their conflict of interest codes. Again, after some back and forth, towards the end of the summer, around August 2024, additional conversations were had, and they moved forward with trying to finalize their conflict of interest codes by adding, at that time, 40 new positions to their conflict of interest reporting requirements. At the end of the, towards the end of the year, around October, once LASA completed their internal process of identifying all of the positions and roles and duties and responsibilities, then the EO was able to move forward. My understanding is that there were some slight delays just because the EO was moving from one system to another system, and then the code review panel reviewed the updates in January of this year, which then led it to be on today's board agenda. That's my understanding of the LASA code-specific process.
So based on this certification form, it says that this was requested, as you stated, in September of 2022. Why does it take 2 years for conflict of interest codes to be updated, especially for an agency as important as LASA?
Well, the law requires that they be reviewed every 2 years. Why their process took 2 years from 2022 to now, I can't really speak to that. LASA would have to address that. My understanding is that there was just a lot of back and forth in terms of what they wanted to initially, or what they felt they needed to initially, from what they initially thought they needed to submit to what they ultimately submitted. But I don't know the thought process behind LASA and what they were and were not submitting, and how they ended up with their final recommendation that they submitted in October of 2024.
Well, I know what was presented to the commission last fall, and that was now 6 months ago. And on this form, it says you have 90 days to submit your changes. Why? What does this mean? Why 90 days?
The 90 days is statutory. That it's required that they submit within 90 days. And my understanding, so again, when the EO reached out to them in September of 2022, I think that's when they reached out, LASA did submit something declaring that they had changes that needed to be processed in September of 2022, and then for whatever reason, it took that long, or took this long until the end of October 2024 for them to actually submit their final recommended conflict of interest codes. I cannot explain why that occurred.
So your staff goes back and forth with their staff?
EO staff.
Okay, so exec office staff. So do you have any sense of why LASA staff, because I know this didn't come to the commission until last fall. So can you explain what the back and forth was with LASA staff?
No, Supervisor. I'd have to check with staff on the background and history of the conversations back and forth.
Okay. It's my understanding, based on what was proposed to us at LASA, that all C-suite positions would be included in the conflict of interest forms that was presented to us last fall. Is what is before us today sufficient? Does it go far enough in terms of best practices? And does it actually meet what was directed by the commission last year?
Thank you, Supervisor. It's my understanding that LASA staff submitted several positions that they proposed be included in the revised conflict of interest code. However, upon further review by the executive office, it's possible that some of this, what people are calling the C-suite positions, may not have required disclosure under the law, or LASA may not have submitted sufficient information about those positions to ultimately include it in this particular version. So they may be coming back with an additional conflicts of interest amendment. I don't know, but it could be either one of those reasons. Either they didn't fit, the C-suite identified positions didn't fit statutorily, or they didn't submit sufficient information for them to move forward on those positions at this time. I don't know the answer.
Okay, and so it will take another 2 years for those positions to be added?
It should not.
Okay, and how can, I know that I'm giving you the tough time today, but I also know that city attorney is also in part responsible for advising LASA that the duty of counsel is shared between city and county. So can you explain how it works and offer your opinion of, does it work? Because I think there's clearly confusion around why we have this kind of delay for something as important as conflict of interest code.
So yes, there is a division of labor in terms of counsel for LASA. LASA was established in 1995. Both the city attorney and county counsel advised LASA. Many years ago, I cannot say when, before my time, the two offices created a division of labor. City-specific stuff obviously handled by city attorney, county stuff handled by the county. Whatever is not city or county specific, the division of labor was such that the city attorney's office would handle all employment, conflicts of interest, FPPC, and litigation related to those matters. That is what they handle. County counsel will handle all other litigation matters and their PRAs. That, in theory, that was the originally agreed upon division of labor between the two. To your question, is it working? I would say it's not necessarily ideal. LASA's scope and what's been put on their plate has grown and ballooned since 1995, as has their need for legal services. And certainly, in emergency circumstances, for example, they tend to call on county council. And so our work has grown exponentially, as has theirs. And as just an example, litigation matters have increased. They had a total of 38 between 2016 and 2021 versus just 75 from 2021 to today. PRA requests have increased from 1 to 3 per year to over 150 in the last 2 years. So it's been a lot of increased work on county council side. So whether it's working or not, I'd say it's not optimal.
I appreciate how you are describing what the workflow is. I know that for us, we expanded the classifications that complete Form 700s at the commission, but we certainly know that there's more to do with regard to ethics compliance at LASA. I'm no longer on the commission. I stepped away given the responsibilities we have with the wildfire recovery. My appointee to the commission is now Amy Perkins, my staff member, and she has asked for a discussion at the commission regarding ethics around contracting. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that and through that discussion. But I just think this further illustrates why the structure of LASA doesn't work. I have said time and again that LASA is the county and the city, where we are the appointers of who's at that body, which means we are ultimately responsible, yet it is treated like it's this other agency, and I think that's the fundamental problem with this JPA. I have seen firsthand for 2 years how there is a lack of accountability. If we can't get simple things right, like quickly updating a conflict of interest policy, that should concern us. I'm concerned that the commission's authority is not as highly regarded as direction from its respective appointers, the county officials and city officials. And as someone who has witnessed it firsthand, it is a real concern. Even with today's action, LASA is still not in compliance with the audit that our county conducted, nor our directive from nearly 6 months ago. I don't think this is coming from an ill-intentioned place, but rather a lack of sophisticated accountability system, because LASA wasn't designed to handle action at this scale. We know it doesn't work, and it's now our responsibility to do something about it. I know that the report back on creating a new county department that's dedicated to homelessness is due back from the CEO, I think in about a week and a half, and I intend to proceed as planned. I know with additional Measure A funds coming into the system, it's the right thing for us to do at this moment, and so thank you, County Council, for highlighting where we are in that process. There's clearly more work to be done.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I intend to support the motion today, but just a couple things came up for me as I listened to the questions. LASA isn't the only joint powers authority. There are lots of them. Do other JPAs have this dual legal oversight situation? Because it's a situation.
Some, but not all. Not all JPAs have joint, but some others do, yes.
Okay, it's curious. Because as I think about it, La Casa is just county council. It's one, so I see how having two can be a challenge. As Supervisor Horvath, you talked about audits and all the other things. I want to remind us that it would also be in our own best interest to ensure that conflict of interest policies are in place for all of our county departments, that we also need to closely watch our own audits, our own contract monitoring, and our contract execution process. I think it's important that all of those things are appropriate, and that we need to make sure that we are tracking that for county departments as well. And I guess, I'm sure the other numerous JPAs have probably grown, and it might be in county council's interest to track that and figure out if it's an issue of resources. As you said, the workload has grown. That may be the case with other JPAs. So since we've seen this structural kind of challenge with this one, let's be proactive and look at some of the other JPAs to figure out if it is a shared responsibility, if we need to, refresh those agreements and understanding about who's on first, what's on second in the future. Thank you very much.
Supervisor, I would just note the example you gave, for example, with La Casa. Right now, that's solely county council, but I do know they are voting, I think, on Thursday, actually, they're voting because they're going to be retaining their own council. So, so that happens sometimes too.
I agree, but my point was that was something we stood up recently, and we didn't go for a model like that. It is regional, has multiple interests, but yeah, so we're clear that whoever our council is, it is singular. Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. And Supervisor Horvath, I agree with you about LAHSA. I mean, if you look at the history of LAHSA and why it was created, I mean, it definitely is a city-county, but the mistakes that were made here are not about structure, quite frankly. And to me, this is an issue that, I mean, I don't know who caught it first, but this is not about structure. This is about just plain old sloppy work by both the CFO or contracting division of LAHSA and, quite frankly, the executive director who signed it. I mean, if my spouse was working for ABC Corporation and I saw something come across my desk, I would know I shouldn't sign that. So, I mean, I guess I do not disagree about the fact that we do need to talk about the future of LAHSA as it relates to what it looks like, because it's built off of a lawsuit by the county. The city was suing the county. And, it's been asked to do a lot more with the same parameters that the original JPA set forth. So it's almost like they don't contradict each other, but they don't complement each other. So I think that's for a bigger discussion, but I agree with you. This is problematic. So with that, I think I did public comment on this one, but we'll do it. We've got one person signed up, I think, online.
Yes, there are no in-person speakers to address the board. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. And, certainly my heart goes out. This is not a fun area. I agree that the 2 years or 3 years to get a conflict of interest code organized is ridiculous. It's embarrassing. But we have to burn it down, unfortunately, because I feel like this is a little bit of a feeling. I'm very aware of what's happening in Washington with DOGE, and, they're ripping apart all sorts of things, and it's horrifying in some ways. But I think we also have to face the music, that there are some structures that just don't work. This is not working. Supervisor Horvath knows it. Supervisor Barger knows it. So everybody knows it. So we have to do something different. How do we do it? How do we back away from it? Is it a destroy LAHSA situation? I don't know. But the money has to be expressed to the people who are providing the services, not bogged down in endless bureaucracy. We certainly don't need any more CES or enough is enough. Just good luck.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Very, very bad.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
We will now move on item 8, conflict of interest codes. Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, Mr. Executive Officer, what item are we going to be on now?
What? Oh,
9?
we're on item 9 now.
All right, we will move on to item number 9. Do any of my colleagues have any comments?
Yes, I held this.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank
I know
you.
it's your motion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The January 2025 wildfires are among the most destructive natural disaster in LA's history. The toll of the destruction has been massive, with lives lost and homes and communities obliterated. Thousands of workers employed in the Palisades and Eaton burn areas have been impacted. These workers live throughout Los Angeles County, not only in or near the fire zones. We've already seen the countywide economic impact on the housing market as price gouging violations are happening across our region and beyond. The county has taken action to support not only those who have lost their homes, but also those businesses and workers affected as well by standing up relief funds and helping our residents access federal emergency funds made available through the Small Business Administration. And Angelenos and people across the nation have been extraordinarily generous, with hundreds of millions of dollars raised through private philanthropic efforts for fire survivors. However, it is going to take some time for these relief funds to get out to those who need it most. Meanwhile, March 1st is just around the corner, and this is the second month of rent that's become due since the wildfires began. This motion is intended to provide people some breathing room, to help those who have lost their livelihood and are undergoing daily economic stress and trauma, to have the load that they carry lightened just a little bit. Even before the fires, the LA housing market was in crisis. Los Angeles is one of the most unaffordable areas in the nation, with an unhoused population of more than 75,000 people, and more people falling into homelessness as fast as our system is able to rehouse others, as we learned at the Executive Committee last week. Workers need time, not forever, just a little time, to get back on their feet, to look for a new job, to access government or philanthropic relief programs. Many people will be able to self-resolve and quickly resume their rent payments, but rent is due now. That's why I'm proposing this narrowly targeted eviction protection. This is not a blanket eviction moratorium. If approved, this motion would provide an affirmative defense, meaning tenants must prove they qualify for this protection in court by meeting the following criteria. Tenants must have had a direct financial impact from the fire, their place of employment or business was lost to the fire, their employer laid them off because of the fires, or they lost clients who were in the fire zone. Tenants must be actively seeking relief funds, unemployment, or other income replacement measures, and tenants must put information in writing under penalty of perjury every month to their qualifying financial impact. We're not looking to punish landlords or paint them as the antagonist in this tragedy. We are simply asking that everyone do what they can to help those who just lost everything. To this end, this motion also directs our CEO to identify $10 million in initial seed funding to assist tenants in repaying these property owners. This is a natural disaster that eclipses all others our county has faced in modern times. I know this is a topic that always causes concern and debate, but it is truly my desire to get to a yes through thoughtful conversation and compromise. Clear-eyed that our goal is to help those in need, and doing nothing cannot be an option. We already have heard that the City of Los Angeles is reconsidering their vote, scheduled for March 4th on this topic. And I do know that there are some concerns that have been raised. First, with regard to the fund that we're standing up. In a county with a budget of $50 billion, I'm confident in the CEO's ability to redirect $10 million for rental debt relief. The initial $32 million of ARPA funding was found fairly easily, and there's more. I know the CEO can identify it, report back to us, which is what is outlined in this motion, and happy to hear if my colleagues have identified a specific place for this funding to come from. Meeting after meeting, this board talks about our commitment and our priority to ending homelessness. And we have an update today on the emergency. I know it was continued, but we declared an emergency on homelessness, and so we have to align our resources to those priorities, including homelessness prevention. As mentioned, the motion directs our CEO to report back on additional Plan Z ARPA funds to reallocate or additional unspent funding that could be redirected to the program, and I know that there are a variety of sources that can be considered. Another concern that was raised is that self-attestation could lead to fraud. We currently allow landlords to self-affirm that they are a small landlord in order to raise rents. We don't require them to provide documentation, and so I believe this is a consistent standard in the county. Otherwise, are we saying we trust property owners more than we trust tenants? Many workers in the cash economy, some of our most vulnerable tenants, whom we are trying to protect, may have trouble providing documents, and it's our obligation to protect our most vulnerable, some of whom may not qualify for certain forms of government assistance or may not have access to or knowledge of philanthropic or other non-government funding or programs. An affirmative defense means that tenants will have the burden to prove in court that they qualify for this protection. Tenants will be required to factually prove this protection applies, and the attestation is under penalty of perjury, just like for landlords who claim to be small landlords to charge more rent. And finally, I know that a concern was raised about doing this countywide, and while we are under a state of emergency, the impact is felt countywide. Residents do not only live within the impacted burn areas. County workers live throughout LA County, but there are still restrictions on who can access the funds. We know the financial impact is also countywide. Just look at the impact on the housing market through the price gouging complaints and MAP. Our response to this emergency must be proportional, just, and equitable to the scale and scope of the destruction. We need every tool in our arsenal to recover and rebuild. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to hearing my colleagues' comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your thoughtful presentation. I know a lot of work went into this, and I know that some of the concerns I had are also included in your motion. And in particular, I want to say that one of the things that I have learned through the pandemic and other crises that we've gone through here at the county is that oftentimes the invisible workforce, the underground economy, people that work on a cash basis, many of them help to move our communities along, our economic development. They work very hard. And I know that many of them were impacted directly and indirectly, both in Altadena and also Palisades. In fact, I heard from many people that all of a sudden found themselves having to bring in another household in parts of my district because renters that were working as gardeners, landscapers, and in-home healthcare workers didn't have a place to go. Their car burnt down. And in addition, some of the gardeners and landscapers had their equipment burnt down. So they have no other recourse. They don't often qualify for some of the same streams of funding that we think would automatically be made available. So I know that this is very important for those groups of people. And I know that with the continuing shortage of affordable housing and rental units, we know that we are in some tough times ahead, and we do need some revenue to help these individuals and families that are suffering. This just compounds the problem. We have not all fully recovered from COVID and that crisis, and some of the people that we're talking about in this motion are the very ones that I want to continue to speak out on their behalf. So I thank you for the motion, and I plan on voting aye for it. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I absolutely appreciate and respect the intent and the will behind the motion, but there are some specifics that I just want to elevate in terms of my concerns. Appreciate your staff and my staff talking and you taking some of our amendment language. I appreciate that. But I have to say that it's curious that when we had the motion before us for the LA County Fire Relief Fund, that this population was not initially included. I had to push really hard and propose an amendment to include workers and small businesses, but it became a real challenge to allocate any portion of that $32 million to include, which ended up being less than 10% of those resources for workers and businesses impacted by the fire. The tenants who are experiencing a decrease in their income because of the fires could sustain their tenancy if the financial support for rent relief existed. And from my perspective, the LA County Fire Relief Fund was designed as directed, but did not include this population. So for me, it then becomes this issue of priorities, and that's why I raised the issue of the previous motion. Who are we prioritizing with what pot of money, and the source of the money? We talked about, you mentioned, Supervisor Horvath, all of the private fundraising efforts, and we don't know the timing. That's a challenge. I wish we did know the timing. I don't know if staff here could give us a sense of when that money's going to roll out, and for whom. I realize that we don't have the privilege of dictating that.
We're working on it.
Okay, thank you. It would be really helpful to know. I think you referenced our overall county budget, but that's not, I don't believe the language in this motion doesn't direct the CEO to look at our overall budget, but directs her to look at ARPA funding, which is limited. And as we've talked about priorities, we have department heads coming in here presenting their budgets. I wish that we would not give our power away and be a little more prescriptive in terms of what line item in the ARPA dollars that we would direct the CEO to consider. My other concern and question, and this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone because it was the issue I raised before, is timing. Yes, it's March 1st and people need to be able to pay their rent. How long is it going to take us to get the money out the door? When we think about our previous rent relief program for COVID, there were delays after delays after delays. People didn't get that money as quickly as possible. So if staff could tell me a couple things based on the past rent relief programs, if this were for, I think you reduced it from a full year to 6 months, I appreciate that. How far do you think the $10 million would help in terms of preventing leaseholders from being evicted for lack of payment? How long will $10 million last? How far will it get us?
We haven't done that assessment, but it wouldn't get us very far. The last rent relief program, we rolled out $86 million worth of grants to help 4,940 families. And the demand for rent relief at that point was over $300 million worth of requests.
And how quickly could DCBA set up a program and get it up and running? So as she said, it's March 1st. How quickly could we expect that the program would be set up, people could apply and actually get money in their hands?
That really depends on the design and having agreement on prioritization and eligibility criteria and bringing a partner on board. We recently used the bulk of our capacity to stand up the relief grant in the last 30 days. It would, at minimum, I would say, take about 60 days to get a program going.
So to think of it, this is an economics issue. It is getting money in the hands of impacted people so they could do what they need to do, and in this case, pay the rent. So for DEO, how feasible would it be to expand the worker and business fund to support tenants who've lost income due to the fires?
We have a third-party administrator on board right now, so it would be feasible to discuss with them the expansion of the parameters. But I also haven't done the assessment about the overlay between this one and our current fund, but it is certainly an opportunity to consider. The worker fund supports individuals who've lost jobs and income, who've worked in the emergency zones, but may live countywide, and we are tracking whether their homes were also lost. So that is a start in terms of understanding where to target.
So I think a final question for me, I think the CEO may be the best, or the author of the motion. How is it that the two directives, the previous one I mentioned and this one, the motion from the County Fire Relief Fund and this one, for tenants truly get harmonized, for the lack of a better word? I don't want to say coordinated, but again, with the goal being to acknowledge that this is an economic issue, and to get money into the hands that need it and are impacted.
So, Supervisor, one suggestion,
So if you look at the criteria, at least the criteria that the last version that I saw, which I believe is operational for both programs have overlap. So I think if you look at the protocol for the DCBA, let's say the primarily targeted at renters, you know, one of the criteria is like you lost your home or your residence, and then there are some other impacts, and then it says if you were working in that area. And I know that there's like this weighting, you know, of the different factors. And then I recall looking at the DEO criteria, and the DEO criteria is focused on businesses and workers, but then further down in the criteria, I thought there was also like some consideration given to if there were housing impacts. I think what's happening is we have two programs that are serving in some ways potentially the same population because there's crossover. I'm not exactly sure of how the weighting works, the weighting for the different factors. And I'm not sure if in either of the programs there's like sort of like if you already have an application pending in one program, you're either prohibited or you have to wait, you know, to see what happens with that before we could proceed with the application in the other program. But I think to truly harmonize them, I think the target populations need to be crystallized and sharpened. Maybe they already are. And then if you want to give additional consideration for other impacts, maybe that doesn't address eligibility, it just addresses the amount of the grant that you receive. So I think I'm thinking out loud in some ways, but I think that's a long way of saying, I think there's crossover in the design of the two programs, and maybe they should be sharpened so that one is primarily, you know, housing or you've lost your residence, the other is worker and business. And then you could look at overall need, like once the applications are open, which program has the most applications, which is undersubscribed, oversubscribed, et cetera. And I say that without having the benefit of talking to either of the department heads in advance.
May I offer clarification on just a couple of things? Sure. Okay, two things. First, the past motion did include workers, as was mentioned, and small businesses in the fund, but the limitation is to $2,000 per grant that's allocated to
and
so
the
that
whole pot was only 10% of the overall pot that was targeting those people.
Right, understood. But I think the rental assistance piece would probably be more than $2,000 per person. And then the second thing I wanted to clarify is that the language in our motion does say ARPA or other. And if you look at I further move under Directive 1, it says. Plan Z funded programming currently allocated to departments by program category and a list of unspent funding currently with departments that could potentially be directed to those impacted by the fires or other funding that could be redirected to the program. So it isn't just limited.
Okay, so then I would ask the CEO what kind of criteria you would use to identify funding, either from the ARPA list or from the other resources, to identify where the 10 million would come from.
Yeah, so one of the things that we would look at immediately is the source of funding that would do the least amount of, let's say, damage. So we have funds that have been sitting with departments, they have been planning, they're working to get the funds out. And so we would look to first, I guess, which programs or initiatives are the least furthest along, if that makes sense, in their process. So if we had a program and they are ready to hit the button tomorrow because they've done all of their stakeholder engagement, the consultant work is done, you know, they're ready to contract, we probably would not recommend that program. If we have another program that's on the opposite end of that spectrum, that is one criteria. The second criteria that we would look at is some of our ARPA-funded programs mimic and look very similar to, some of them, some of our existing service delivery. And so one of the things we would look at is there another program similar to this that we're already doing where it's a pivot and not a termination of the program. But basically, we would try to do the least amount of harm. Because essentially, from a department's perspective, it's a clawback, or that's what it would feel like.
So is there a way in which, once you make that decision, you could come back to us just to inform the board where the money came from? Just so it's transparent and apparent to us as a board?
Yes, we could do that, and I think we've done that in the past. So in our prior, when we came up with the 32 million, I believe we issued a board report to the board saying, here's the amount we came up with, and here are the places from which we have pulled that funding.
It's a report back, so it would come back.
So, say it again?
It's a report back to the board.
So in the report back, we could find out where the money is coming from. So I think that if the motion's adopted, existing infrastructure needs really have to be evaluated to make sure that we could administer the funds in the minimal amount of time possible. As you said, we're coming up on the first of the month. And so to truly eliminate the risk of tenants losing their apartments and for landlords to suffer, we've got to tighten up our own time frame in terms of our internal processes to get the money out the door as quickly as possible. So I would encourage DEO and DCBA teams to discuss the most efficient way for tenants and property owners to access the funds. And if that could be a part of the report back too, I know that it was kind of a guesstimate now in terms of 60 days. So if the report back could give us a clearer time frame, I would appreciate that. I was going to say one more thing, and quick question for County Council. What's the county's authority under our current emergency orders to apply the policy countywide? Just for clarification.
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. I would say, the emergency aside, there currently is no binding authority. This is an unclear area. There's no binding authority from, say, the Court of Appeal or the Ninth Circuit on eviction moratoriums. We're under pending litigation right now with landlords with regards to the COVID-19 eviction moratorium that is still pending. In terms of other eviction moratoriums, for example, there has been some unfavorable opinions that have come down in the federal circuit with regard to the federal eviction moratorium, as well as in the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals with regards to another state's eviction moratorium that have not been favorable. We do have, the city has an eviction moratorium that is, that was found to not be a violation of the contract clause, but that's currently before the Supreme Court for petition for cert. So it's just an unclear area, and we are not, without risk, but we've done it before, but we are under pending litigation on that issue.
Okay, I appreciate that. I, again, in the previous motion, understood the sheer economic disaster this tragedy caused and really wanted to make sure that workers and small businesses and those impacted, like the tenants that we're talking about today, we're going to get access to resources at an appropriate level as quickly as possible. So I completely understand the desire of this motion. Whatever we can do, Madam Chair, we know that philanthropy and individual donors are giving and doing what they can, thinking that they're helping people impacted. And so really hoping that we can get clarity, that those dollars are also administered as quickly as possible. And I know that's really outside of our lane as county government, but within the sound of my voice, we hear regularly, we have, and other electeds have promoted the fundraising efforts of others. Wish some of that money had come into the county fund. I think they've outpaced us in terms of raising. If we were able to get some of those dollars, we could, make sure that it backfills some of these specific targeted efforts, since we have the county agencies who could administer. I'm not sure how philanthropy is going to get money into the pockets and hands of people because they don't have the infrastructure set up that we do. So thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hun?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Appreciate this discussion and understand what we're trying to do. And we're trying to all lean in to doing everything we can to support those who literally lost everything. And I think Supervisor Mitchell touched on a lot of things that I have concerns about. I have concerns about actually the 10 million on two ways. I don't think it's enough at all. But I also don't like where we're aiming to get the 10 million from. I want it to be more, but I am not comfortable with sweeping Plan Z dollars into this, because I know I'm glad you asked for a description of the programs, because, you know, we got stuff in Plan Z is important, and whether or not they're ready to pull the trigger on a particular program, we kind of I know I do feel good knowing that there are some dollars in things like rental subsidies for permanent supportive housing, renovations to General Hospital, you know, programs for people leaving prison. We have a lot in Plan Z dollars, and we've kind of operated under parking them there, and that they would be there when we needed them for that particular population. So I don't like it that we're sweeping Plan Z dollars, but I also think 10 million is not enough. And I really want us to figure out how to lean into our philanthropic partners. There is a lot of money out there that has been raised. There was a lot of money at both concerts in Inglewood. There was money raised at the Grammys. There was a lot of money, and I know some of it community foundation I think is appropriate in some of it. It seems to me if we could increase this fund using that money, because I think everybody wants the money to get to those who need to pay their rent, but I also want this money so that the landlords get their rent. And I feel like during COVID, we never quite cracked that formula. Some landlords are still not made whole by what we did. So if we're all in agreement that the money needs to get to the renters and the money needs to be paid to the landlords, I just don't know if this gets us there. I would really like to see having a more robust fund, not Plan Z money, but a more robust fund through philanthropy, and then, you know, creating a program that you know, they would apply for those grants through our department, and we could do the vetting through our department. I also, I'm not comfortable with the 1-year eviction moratorium. Oh, it's down to 6 months. Okay, I didn't think that amendment was accepted. Okay, it's okay. I didn't hear that. So it's a 6 months eviction moratorium. I didn't think those amendments were accepted. Okay, because I do think, yeah, all I knew it was a year. It's from February 1st, 2025 to January 31st, 2026 is what's in the motion. So I didn't know that had been changed. So those are my two concerns. I don't know if we can work that out now, but I mean, I want money gotten to those who need it to pay their rent, but I want the money paid to the landlord. And I just don't see this formula working yet. So that's my concerns.
No, I was waving to my staff to have Tyler come over, but yeah, I agree. Supervisor Mitchell?
So here's a thought. You know, when a sentence starts like that, start ducking. It's a report back, Supervisor Horvath. What if the chair or whoever were to reach out to those in philanthropy who have the multiple funds and get clarity? I think some of the funds are specific to rebuild to a particular area, but I don't know that they all are. And what if the question were posed, can you partner with us? Are you willing to partner with us? We have the infrastructure. Let's say that the county agrees to cover the admin because, you know, philanthropic dollars, they want a certain percentage to go to the direct. You know, what if we were to make the ask? I mean, the motion doesn't. The motion says, CEO, find the money. What if as a part of the report back, that were a first step? And I apologize, I'm really spitballing, having listened to Supervisor Hahn. If an initial step is to ask philanthropy, would you partner with us? Because we have the infrastructure to get it on the street as quickly as possible. They, with all due respect, don't. We have the experience that I hope we can say improved over time in COVID to get payments out as quickly as possible. What if that were a part of our conversation?
Are the payments going to landlord, or are they going to the?
We have them available to go to landlords directly.
Directly to the landlord?
The point is to keep the tenants in the housing.
No, I understand, but the point is also to give the landlords some.
Understood.
Yeah, no, because we have some tenants who want it to go directly to them. And I just want to make sure.
So that's good. So this money would go straight to the landlord? I didn't understand that.
That would be completely up to the design. The last design on the rent relief program, payments were directly to landlords only.
Well, the cities was either whoever applied. I mean, they had to be.
During COVID, yes, they had it open to both, and the state had it open.
The tenant still needs to self-attest to apply, but then when they apply, the money would go to the landlord.
And that's fine.
Currently, that's how the program was operating. Payments were going directly to the landlord.
Can I ask just, I mean, in terms of the self-attestation, why are we putting the onus just on the landlord? Why are we not asking the tenants to provide documentation stating that they've been impacted?
We are asking the tenants to do the same thing that we ask landlords to do, to self-attest. So when small
landlords have a burden of proof to prove that the tenants are committing fraud, if in fact they find out. But I'm just curious to know why we don't front load that question.
It puts the burden of proof on the tenants by doing this. So that process requires.
And is that a misdemeanor or a felony?
Can you?
Dawn, do you know if you sign that you were impacted and that's why you are asking for protection and they find that in fact it's not true, would that be a misdemeanor because you're signing under the penalty of perjury? I don't know. In other words, we're asking them to self-attest that they fall into this category. And if in fact there's fraud committed.
Right, so how it would work is it's an affirmative defense for the tenant. So if the landlord decides to pursue the eviction and it turns out the tenant was lying, the tenant would have the affirmative, as Supervisor Horvath said, to put forth the evidence that yes, they've been impacted. In that case, if they were lying, they'd be lying to the court and they would suffer from those kind of consequences.
But it's civil, it's not, yeah.
Yeah,
so
it'd be in front of the court, yeah.
So what's the downside on either side?
There's less risk for them, yes.
Okay, because we don't know the level of fraud. That's why I'm very cognizant of the fact that I want it to go directly to the landlord. Because I know that in one case up in Castaic, it went to the tenant who then took off and got a lot of money and then disappeared. And the landlord never got paid. So I'm hypersensitive to that. And then given that the county was sued by the landlords over COVID-19 eviction moratoriums, with several cases still pending, Dawn, what are the legal risks that the county would face in adopting another non-payment of rent policy? I'm just curious moving forward.
I mean, as I said, I mean, there's significant risk that we'd be sued by the landlords again. We already have litigation with them. It is pending. We don't have anything definitive in the California Court of Appeals or the Ninth Circuit. And so it's just an uncertain area at this time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, here's my frustration, and I completely, and I think Supervisor Horvath, you and I know firsthand, because we've got constituents who are literally still searching for housing. And then to even find housing, to have it be affordable, and then you've got people that are price gouging still. I understand the realities that are in play for those that have been impacted by the fire. I also appreciate that people have lost their income because their business was working in these communities, and now they're not sure how they're going to pay their rent. I understand that, and I believe that when we talk about prevention as it relates to those that are unhoused, my question is, why aren't we using Measure H dollars?
We can. The motion says, or other funding that could
Yeah.
be redirected to the
I mean,
program.
to me, rather than going, because believe me, the philanthropic groups, Supervisor Hahn, we're looking for grants for hardening their homes. I mean, that money's gonna, it's a lot, but it's gonna be gone because there's a lot of, especially people that meet the criteria that you're talking about in here, that are gonna need it to help rebuild, because many of them have no insurance or underinsured. You have families that have had a house in their family for 30 years who have no mortgage, therefore no insurance, and may lose everything because of it. And so I'm 100% on board with philanthropy being involved, but I feel
We just want some of their money. We don't want the whole.
yeah. But I personally, I mean, and if that be the case, then I think we should just open it up to everybody, not just fire, because if it's about prevention, and let the landlords set up a fund for all landlords, so that if someone's not paying, they can apply to have the county reimburse for an individual that's living in an apartment because they're not paying. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what we're coming to, because the goal is to keep people. I know you're making. Well, the 10 million to be gone, but my point being that, I mean, we're all aware of the fact that we don't want people ending up on the street. And the one common theme is that we want to keep them in their, whether it be an apartment, a home, and we recognize that there's a need for the landlords to get reimbursed because we're setting aside $10 million. So what I'm saying is, why aren't we just doing it for everybody? I mean, if the goal is to keep people housed,
Well, now you're just.
and I'm being very facetious because I don't think there's enough money for us to do that. But at some point, I think that we need to recognize that it's a
Public
slippery
housing.
slope that we're going down. And I'm talking to people who literally are couch surfing. I have a friend who has moved 3 times. And not out of inability to pay, but out of inability to find some place to live. Living with relatives, and I mean, this even highlights also the lack of housing we have in this county, and how difficult it is to build in this county.
Well, we can't solve all the problems.
Yeah, but well, that is gonna be a byproduct of this, because we're gonna have to build a lot more inventory to meet the demand beyond the people that have been impacted by this fire. I mean, it's just highlighted for me just how vulnerable we are when you've got, how many were displaced in your district? A lot. And I know we had like 16,000, and we're trying to find, let's say for half of them, for 8,000. It adds up. And so a long way of saying that I understand, but I think this raises a lot of bigger issues for me as it relates to the vulnerability of our plan to prevent homelessness by investing in prevention, which would be something like this. It raises my concerns about the lack of housing in this county and how difficult it is to build in this county. That's pretty much it. Supervisor Mitchell, and then Supervisor Hahn.
I'm just trying to track what the suggestions were to see if we can make progress. The 6 months suggestion from 12 months was requested, so I think that was something that was an amendment that my colleagues wanted. I heard that the money would go directly to landlords. The current language says the report back would be at the direction of DCBA, but if you want it only to go to landlords and not to tenants, we could make that change so it's not up to DCBA's discretion in the report back. And then I also heard a suggestion to include outreach to philanthropy as a funding source in addition to county funds. Is that inclusive of all of the amendments?
And if you have, in your opening, I thought you said you accepted some amendments. You had some amendments. Are they on top of what you just shared with us?
It's a hard question for me to answer. So, which, if you, while we listen to public comment, maybe we get clear on what amendments were prior, and then make sure that
I thought I heard
these
you
three,
say you read in some
addition-
amendments, and I was waiting to see them in writing, so I didn't make notes. So
Yep.
if there are additional ones, if we could see those.
Got it.
Yeah. So why do we, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Mitchell, are you still on? Why do we need an eviction moratorium at all if the money is going to the landlord? Why would a landlord want to evict somebody if they're getting the rent paid? Why do you need an eviction moratorium? If the money, if hearing you that the program will be set up to give the money straight to the landlords, why would they want to evict anybody?
Because if tenants don't pay the money, they are put in the vulnerable position of being at the discretion of the landlords. Yes, the landlord's getting paid, but in the same way that
I mean, we would have. I
Supervisor
mean,
Barger highlighted a situation
I think we
where
would have to make it on condition you don't get paid if you're going to evict them. I mean, they would have to almost have an agreement, like a voluntary eviction moratorium. As long as I'm getting paid, I agree not to evict. Right?
You know, supervisors, I think one of the things that, and I'll ask Rafael to chime in, one of the things that you could do is, if that's the way the policy landed, perhaps we could work with the court in exchange for agreeing to receive the funding to publish like the landlord's name, the property address, the tenant's address, so that, you know, somehow that information is flagged for the courts if an eviction case was subsequently filed. It wouldn't prevent them from
I just don't know
filing
why a
something,
landlord would initiate eviction proceedings as long as they're getting paid their rent.
Madam Chair, may I ask another clarifying question, please?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry. With the current lawsuit pending, if this motion were to pass, what would happen if plaintiffs were successful in that suit? Would that have impact on the program we will have subsequently set up?
It may. They would most likely file another lawsuit over this moratorium.
I would also just like to note that this motion doesn't mandate that landlords must accept the rent payment. So in the absence of a tenant paying, a landlord could evict and then raise the rents. So if they are trying to, if that's a goal of the property owner, right now they don't. I agree, and we think in an ideal world their goal is to just get paid. Their goal may be to raise the rent, and they can, if a tenant isn't paying, then they have the ability, and they see an opportunity to raise the rent. They may take advantage of that situation, which is why we want to keep people in the housing they're already in.
But we have our rent freeze, right, currently?
Huh?
We have a rent freeze currently? Didn't we didn't pass that? Thank you. That's state legislation, thank you. Where is that?
Where is that?
Right.
Who knows the answer to that? Since
What was the question again?
do we have an amp?
So the state has got a bill that would be having
Who would know the
rent
answer?
frozen in Ventura and LA County. I forgot
Well, no,
it
it's a
was
good
state.
question, and I don't know who knows because that's pretty frightening.
I
that
don't know
no
where
one
it is
knows.
in terms of committee or past.
It's my understanding that it's still making its way through the process, but we could work with CEO later to get you an answer.
So there is no rent freeze on right now.
No, the only thing that's in place right now is the price gouging protections, and then our own within the unincorporated, the rent caps that we've set.
Oh, that's a cap, not a freeze. You can go up to, yeah, thank you. That's, yeah. Yeah, you're talking about an overall freeze, not the go up to, you can only go as high as 4%.
It's talking about the bill that
Yeah.
we'll put a rent freeze in Ventura and LA County.
All right. Seeing no one else wants to speak on this, I'm going to have the public go first and then the phone after that. So go ahead and call up the names of the people that will be testifying.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Diane Cabralov, Arsene Phillips, Matt Buck, Victor Reyes, Rickson Galvez, Fred Sutton, Maria Hernandez, Julieta Hernandez, Meg Sullivan, Erica Orozco, Gerard Wright, Alicia Rivers, Maria Romero, Jesus Rojas, Rose Lenchan, Alessio Capra, Margot Montelongo. Please begin.
María Hernández. Mi dirección es 1715 South Berendo y pertenezco al sindicato de inquilinos de Los Ángeles.
My name is Maria Hernandez. My address is 1715 South Vernon Street, and I am part of the union for tenants of Los Angeles.
Pido de favor que nos ayuden con una moratoria, ya que estamos pasando por un desalojo donde he vivido por 26 años en esta casa.
I do ask that we get a moratorium as I am going through an eviction process of a home that I've lived in for 26 years.
Tengo un hijo discapacitado y uno menor de edad. El dueño me quiere desalojar para rentar más caro.
I have a disabled son and as well as a minor, and the owner would like for me to evict so that he can rent out the property for a higher rate.
Él todavía me está cobrando la renta y se le está pagando.
He is still charging rent and I'm still paying him.
Nuestros ingresos bajaron a hoy con los incendios porque yo y mi esposo trabajamos en jardinería.
My wages decreased now with the fires because my husband and I do work in landscaping.
Las casas que limpiábamos se quemaron y nos quedamos sin trabajo del día martes.
The homes that we cleaned and worked at were burnt down and we were left without a job from Tuesday on.
Y bajaron los ingresos.
And wages went down.
Por favor, aprueben el artículo 9. Se los pido de favor.
Please
Gracias.
approve Article 9. I ask you, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Erica Orozco. I'm part of the tenants union also. I'm here today to please beg you to approve action number 9. From all this housing destroys and more people looking for housing, crisis is already going on. People is getting evicted of their homes so they can increase their rents. And this is something that I went through. So I'm telling you right now, since I was hearing you, that it's not that you don't think that owners will evict people if you're paying rent. That's not true. They're evicting people because is the only way they can increase the rent. So we beg you to file for action number 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, Senado y supervisores. Mi nombre es Julieta. Soy miembro del sindicato LATU. Estoy aquí para apoyar el punto número 9.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Julieta. I am with LATU Union, and I am here to support Article 9.
Los incendios me afectaron mi sistema respiratorio Yo soy sobreviviente del COVID 2 veces.
The fires affected my respiratory system. I am a COVID survivor twice now.
Yo y algunos compañeros estamos en desalojo.
I and some of my fellows are under eviction process,
Sin trabajo y enfermos.
without work and sick.
Algunas familias, sus niños están sufriendo porque no soportan que los vayan a desalojar.
Some families, their children are suffering because they can't stand the fact that they might get evicted.
Porque van a perder su cuarto, sus cosas, su comodidad y ya dejan de rendir en su escuela.
Because they might lose their homes, their rooms, their comfort, and also their schools.
Yes. Y llegan incluso a decir que se quieren suicidar.
They've gotten to the point where they've said that they want to commit suicide.
Niños que han ido a los hospitales psiquiátricos de momento porque es preocupante.
Children that have gone to psychiatric wards, all that, it's worrisome.
Las familias están sufriendo de dos casos, desalojo, sin trabajo, y aparte los niños que le están diciendo eso que es muy grave.
So families are going through two issues, which is eviction processes and all that, and then now also dealing with children who are letting them know
El punto
about
9
this.
es muy importante para las familias y que lo prueben, por favor.
Item 9 is very important for families and that you approve it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Meg Sullivan, and I'm a 3rd District voter and a 2nd District mom and popper. I'm here to implore you to oppose yet another moratorium, even a 6-month one. As we saw during COVID, such sweeping measures lead to too much counterproductive abuse. Friends lost properties or hundreds of thousands of dollars due to bad actors. Fearing such a fate, my husband and I took a unit off the market when it happened to come vacant during COVID. We just didn't rent it out. I assume that the proposed January 7th limit is designed to prevent that sort of thing, but this plan is so confusing, and please forgive me when I say this, owners don't trust you. If you pass this, owners will take units off the market precisely when you desperately need them, or refrain from bringing them to the market. So please, bollocks the eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rose Lenahan. I'm part of the LA Tenants Union. Thank you so much, Supervisor Horvath, for introducing this motion. I live in the 1st District, Solis's district. This motion, I could be ideological about this motion. We wanted something much stronger. We believe that there is a huge homelessness crisis. There's a huge eviction crisis with 4,500 UDs filed every month. I go to court all the time, and I support tenants who don't have lawyers. And tenants who don't have lawyers in court get evicted like that. And they get evicted because their landlords want to raise the rent. That is the best way to get someone out of a rent-stabilized home, is to file an eviction case against them. The tenant might speak Spanish, the tenant can't access legal help, the tenant can't file their paperwork on time, they lose their home and they become evicted like that. So this, I would want something much stronger. This is basic. This is not a moratorium. This requires an affirmative defense. That's a lot of work for a tenant to do. So this is a basic, minor, basic first step. Please approve it. Support, Maria lost 10 houses. Esther lost $500 every week in work. Jorge lost 3 houses where he was doing roofs. This is happening to people across, and we need this protection.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sí, buenas tardes, supervisoras. Mi nombre es María Esther Romero. Soy miembro de LATU.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maria Esther Romero, and I'm a member of LATU.
Vivo en el distrito 2 del condado.
I live in District 2 of the county.
Pido la aprobación del punto número 9, por favor.
I do ask for approval of item 9, please.
Como todos saben, los incendios causaron un golpe directo en la economía de muchas familias, incluyendo la mía.
As you all know, the fires impacted the families in a large way, including my own.
Soy una mujer sola, trabajo por mi cuenta y por los incendios en Palisades perdí el 50% de ingresos semanales.
I am a single woman. I work daily, and due to the fires, I've lost 50% of my wages.
Por eso creo que es muy importante y les pido que voten sí en la moción del punto 9, ya que me parece que es importantísimo.
And this is why I think it's extremely important that you vote yes on item 9, as I believe that it is a very important topic.
Y también quiero mencionar que les agradezco que tomen en cuenta, en consideración a todas. Un segundo.
I would like to also say thank you for taking everyone in consideration
A favor de todos los inquilinos del condado de Los Ángeles
and in favor of all of the tenants of Los Angeles County.
y para que esto no termine en desalojos a más gente o tal vez en la calle.
And for this not to proceed into more evictions and or even the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Rickson Galvez. I am a California licensed attorney. I represent landlords and tenants. I'm here to urge you to oppose this motion, regardless of the time period. This is just plain bad policy. Every time there's an emergency, you cannot justify trampling property rights and using landlords as your safety financial net. Supervisor Horvath, let me clarify that there is no distinction between the drafted affirmative defense and an eviction moratorium. The eviction process is meant to be swift, but tenant advocacy groups, many funded by the county, exploit affirmative defenses as procedural loopholes to drag out cases for months and even years in some cases. Landlords do not recover these legal fees, and property owners are just forced to settle in the middle of, before even going to trial, to get their unit back, often with no repayment of the rent owed. Further, self-attestation is ripe for fraud. If the county insists on moving forward, there must be stronger documentation requirements, including a consent form allowing landlords to verify the tenant's income loss with an employer. This policy does not protect tenants. It creates more legal roadblocks that make it harder to provide rental.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Matt Buck, Vice President of Public Affairs for the California Apartment Association. The LA community has rallied to provide aid, and all actions should be focused on using those dollars for direct rental assistance, rebuilding, and efforts that truly help those in need. A broad, lengthy moratorium open to abuse is not the right approach to addressing a localized tragedy. Even the city of LA is unsure and are still discussing whether they should do this or not. We don't want to repeat the policy mistakes of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Alicia Rivers, representing the LA County Business Federation, also known as BizFed, and we wish to express our strong concerns in opposition to item 9 that proposed to institute a 6-month eviction moratorium for non-payment of rent and other terminations of tenancy due to economic hardship related to the fires. While intended to provide relief, this policy is unnecessarily broad and risks significant unintended consequences. Item 9 imposes an overly extended ban that relies on self-attestation of hardship, prohibiting rent collection with little to no verification. It is important to know that self-attestation policies were abused during the pandemic, leaving many housing providers unable to recover those losses. We ask the county not to repeat the policy mistakes of COVID-19, which remain, with ongoing litigation, deterred investment, and continued harm to the county's housing stock. The LA community has rallied to provide aid through multiple and various
Thank you.
philanthropic
Next
efforts,
speaker, please.
and all actions.
Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association. This body has already taken emergency steps to support those displaced by the fires, but this proposal takes it much further. We've seen during COVID how such policies were abused. Self-attesting, it can take months and thousands of dollars in legal fees to try to get that. Ultimately, what happened after COVID, in some cases, people ended up walking away from those payments, and those housing providers never recouped those losses that they had been promised throughout the entire pandemic. Over $3 billion have been directed in some capacity for fire aid. With these resources available, operators shouldn't be forced to provide housing without compensation, especially now as State Farm seeks a 22% emergency rate hike. No other industry is being asked for this type of ask. Housing providers are not in the eviction business. Today is the third time the City of LA declined to move forward with a similar item. Let's focus on rental assistance, understanding the universe, and streamline it. That does not harm responsible housing providers or our housing stock. Thank you so much. Please vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for your times tonight, supervisors. I'm not a landlord in California, but a property manager. My heart truly goes out to those negatively impacted by the fires. I'm effectively opposed to this agenda item due in part to the broad language. Landlords are still recovering from the COVID moratorium by people who blatantly abuse the system. Supervisor Hahn herself asked why we need a moratorium. I would ask that you please direct this energy to relief for fire victims and away from moratoriums. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Victor Reyes, here on behalf of VICA, the Valley Industry Commerce Association, here to express some concerns regarding item 9. While helping wildfire victims is important, this proposal is too broad and creates long-term risks for the housing market. This policy applies to all renters countywide, not just those affected by the fires. Instead of a broad eviction ban, the county should focus on targeted relief for impacted renters. A better solution is prioritizing the distribution of $2.5 billion in state relief funds directed to renters and housing providers. A one-year eviction moratorium is too long. Many small housing providers rely on rent to cover mortgages and maintain properties. Extended non-payments will push more to sell, reducing rental supply and worsening affordability. We urge the county to take a more balanced approach that supports both housing providers and those tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jesus Rojas from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. Renters impacted by the fires need urgent rental assistance to pay their rent and stay current on it. They do not need an eviction moratorium. They will create a mountain of unpaid debt, and they will be unable to pay and result of a tsunami of evictions once the moratorium ends. We have already seen this with COVID-19 moratoriums, and the county should not make the same mistake twice. An eviction moratorium will also greatly harm small mom-and-pop owners struggling to provide affordable rental housing. A moratorium does not stop the cost of providing housing. Due to the fires, property insurance rates will skyrocket by 38%. Monthly costs for mortgages, payments, repairs, trash hauling, and other costs will continue. We demand real solutions from the county in getting rental assistance immediately to renters impacted by the fires. Allowing renters to drown in unpaid rent debt is not compensation. It is extremely destructive to renters and small.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Gerard Wright with the Greater Los Angeles Realtors. On behalf of our 12,000 members, some of whom are housing providers, we see that there's a Trojan horse in the middle of this, and that's the eviction moratorium, even if it's for 6 months. Many of the housing providers are still reeling from COVID and still trying to recover from 4 years of not having to pay, of having tenants not pay rents. That's really impacted those smaller housing providers, especially communities of color, which those are the ones that we're trying to provide that generational wealth for. They're not going to be able to pass that down. They're selling, and they're selling to corporate landlords because they can no longer sustain what's going on in the city of Los Angeles. These are at least, even if it's 6 months, it's still too much. I think the conversation is a good one. Where can we provide the rental assistance, the financial assistance to help tenants and housing providers heal and indemnify during this important time? And I think that's an important question. Measure A dollars, measure H dollars. I know the motion does show other.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Alessio Cabra. I'm a property owner, a property manager's company. And I know the books of many landlords because I keep the payments. Still, there are the books unpaid rent from COVID, and they will never be paid. And we now evict those people because if you, after 1 year not paying rent, instead of eviction, they will not pay rent for another year and a half. They have to fix it and they have to sell it. So it's a loss of $40,000, $50,000 if you evict a tenant. So eviction is not in the mind of a property manager, is to keep the property. And then being the cost increase, the And for all the building is gone 2-3 times up and they cannot get insurance. It's a big problem for many small landlords that you cannot pay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Arsene Phillips. We're a small mom and pop. We own very few units. We have been hit hard by the COVID moratorium, the rent relief. We had several tenants who could have paid but didn't. And as to the tenants who just spoke, I want to clarify that the current eviction laws do not allow landlords to evict tenants who are paying rent. That's already very clearly in the HUD requirements and in all the rules and regulations. So this is not going to help people who are currently going through evictions. We have costs that are increasing, insurance, the trash, the everything else, and we're allowed only to raise the rent 4%. And now you're asking us not to evict people who don't pay at all. And what happens is you have a year in court to get them out, and then they leave the place trashed. Us mom and
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
As a landlord, we have been continuously affected to bear the burden of the tenant's inability to pay. We've been affected by increased insurance premiums, cancellations of policies, increased property taxes, utilities, et cetera. Nobody is assisting us in controlling or freezing our costs. The fires were unfortunate and a tragic event for our community, but we shouldn't have to continue to bear the burden and lose rent. We've been impacted as well. We have had damage to our buildings and have done the repairs without asking for a reimbursement from our insurance carriers or county in order to provide good housing for our tenants. The county has made it almost impossible to develop future rental units. Not all the city, because of the moratoriums, not all cities in the county have been affected, so a county-wide moratorium is unfair. We have been responsible county residents.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Supervisors, I ask you to firmly oppose 9. It exploits the tragic wildfires for political purposes by allowing renters to avoid paying legally owned rent with no verifiable proof for an entire year through an eviction moratorium. We are mom and pop housing providers struggling to keep up with inflation, skyrocketing insurance rates, taxes, and maintenance costs. We cannot burden the cost, the proof of providing financial aid in the form of delayed rent payments, interest, or other legitimate costs for an entire year related to the late payment of rent. The county should utilize its current accrual of significant funding for aid in homelessness with direct rental assistance, rebuilding, and efforts that truly help those generally affected. A broad and lengthy moratorium open to abuse is not the right or responsible
Thank
approach.
you. We will now go to remote speakers. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 9, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Elaine Gruber, your line is open. You may begin.
I'm a multifamily landlord. I'm the first generation son of immigrants whose family has been providing housing in Los Angeles for 60 years. The opportunity to work to provide housing here is being absolutely eroded by these constantly changing rules, putting landlords in economic and legal peril. We can't commit if we don't know what the rules are. We won't invest. And by shifting the burden to the landlord, instead of saying to us, hey guys, you're our housing provider, how about adding units? You heard a prior speaker say that they withheld a unit in the past. I've got an ADU I could go up forth with right now, but I don't have certainty of what the rules will be. With each complication, you both raise the hurdle necessary for us to accept tenants and you disincent reinvestment by your incumbent housing providers. With each complication, you are telling us, your longtime housing providers, to give up on LA. We encourage you to resume respect for the capital and housing creators we've contributed to the tax base.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Christina Boyer, your line is open. You may begin.
Y'all are amazing. Appreciate you all.
Hello, my name is Christina Boyer. I'm an attorney at Public Counsel and a member of Keep LA Housed. I live in SC3, and I would like to comment on item number 9. Please pass this motion authored by Supervisor Horvath, extending eviction protections to tenants in LA County who have been economically affected by the wildfires. It is not a blanket eviction moratorium. It has several requirements and safeguards, and tenants have to pay back unpaid rent. It is a narrow, crucial protection that will not be abused. Thank you so much to Supervisor Horvath and SC3 staffers for everything you've done. The board has to pass this motion to help people struggling to pay rent after losing their income and prevent further displacement and homelessness caused by the fires. Tenants are trying to recover from these wildfires and can't face the threat of evicting their homes. Thank you so much for putting this motion forward. Please vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
David Potter, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I respectfully ask you to firmly oppose item 9. This is all about lack of housing and the difficulty in building housing. To build a 4-unit building in LA County, it takes 5 years from beginning to end. The county needs to fix this problem. The COVID moratorium was put in place because of the unemployment level was at 25%. This does not apply with the fire. There is already a ton of resources out there for people affected by the fire, including state, city, county, federal, insurance, and private funding. During COVID, housing providers were not allowed to raise rents for 4 years while inflation ran at 14%. After the 4 years, the housing providers were allowed to raise rent only 4%. How is that fair? And to address a couple of the other speakers that mentioned that they lived in houses and owners were evicting them to raise their rents, this is totally unfounded. If you live in a single-family residence, you can raise rents up to 8%. Last year, it was 10%. Owners aren't evicting people to raise rents. It's pure poppycock that these
Thank
people
you.
are
Next
mentioning.
speaker,
And then
please.
another person that
Vlad Polishuk, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, I can't believe I have to talk about the eviction moratorium once again. 3 years of it during COVID. I ask you not to vote no on the eviction moratorium. It's bad for the taxpayer. The city will be on the hook to compensate the landlord. There's no money to do so. Legally, it's on shaky grounds, and they're pending lawsuits. And the emergency order runs till, I think, end of March. It's bad for the really affected fire survivors who won't be able to find rental housing as inventory dries due to this onerous taking. It's bad for property owners who this robs. It's bad for housing inventory in the future as capital will jump the physical borders where this communist crap is even debated. Why not incentivize housing providers to create or list more housing? Instead, this proposal is to punish them, reducing housing availability and driving rents higher. Please vote no on item 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Obviously, the mom and pops are very well organized tonight, so, we'll have to stick to the idea that people have lost everything briefly, and though the landlords should not be underwriting the rescue plan because they were screwed during COVID, understandably, I want to go back to the philanthropy because we kind of glossed over, oh, well, that's already spent. Bullshit. This is what the philanthropy is for. So if it's the Annenbergs and the Community Foundation or whoever it is, get them in here. This is what we need. That's the people who can provide the short-term assistance. Landlords get paid, the people stay. But this is really, there was $250 million raised, okay? There's no good reason to say, oh, well, we're going to need that for the foundations in the future. Bullshit. This is very important. So I appreciate your taking the heat off of mom and pops. It failed at the city because they got burned badly during COVID, so they can't underwrite it all. They want to help, I think.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thanks.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, for all of the good reasons, vote no on this. But as a part of a cure is that Puente Hills area they want to put into a park. Hey, how about going in there and the Army Corps of Engineers could have that thing leveled and properly outfitted and put mobile transportable units up there and just as an adjunct to the problem, and it will be long-lasting. It's a good transportation point, et cetera. I won't bore you with detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
John Gregorczyk, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi, my name is John Gregorczyk, and I'm asking you to oppose item 9. Right now, we're in the midst of one of the worst housing crises the city has ever faced, and the reason is because we don't build homes. You've heard people talk about long permit timelines, but the other thing is investors are scared of Los Angeles. They fear that anytime there's an earthquake, a fire, a financial disaster, or a pandemic, that their investment will be removed from them and taken from them. My parents lost their only retirement during COVID because your eviction moratorium cost them their building. They did not want to sell. That was the only retirement they had, and they had to sell. They became forced sellers because their tenants showed up in new BMWs and Mercedes-Benz and said, the county says we don't have to pay rent anymore. We're impacted. You really need to think this through. You're scaring off millions of investors. You're scaring everybody away from this city. Please
Thank
vote
you.
no.
Next speaker, please.
Scott Kurzban, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, hi. I represent landlord. We're an owner-operator, and the very fact that we're discussing this is absolutely pathetic. And the debate here only reinforces how less than half-baked this is. We already have rent control, rent increase caps, anti-gouging laws, and all the rest on the books. Spend the money and the time enforcing those laws before making really bad new policy. This is a taking, plain and simple. You talk about, we're all in this together, Supervisor Orta. No, we're not in this together. You're putting a gun to the landlord's head and saying donate. It's not your job to do that, okay? This is about the most un-American thing I've ever seen. You should all try to run a business before making policies that destroy them. You all caused the housing shortage in LA, not the landlords. Do you think these policies are encouraging investment? I don't think so. This policy and the horrible COVID-era policy before it are everything that is wrong with this city. I would say it's well-intentioned if it wasn't so
Thank you.
incredibly
Next speaker,
stupid,
please.
short-sighted.
Danny Garfield, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm calling to strongly oppose item 9. I help run a family-owned property management company, and we have built many a building in LA. We've stopped for the last 5 years because it's terrifying to build here. The idea of building something and then being told you can't be paid for your time, your effort, your staff, your utility, it's crazy. And to make no mistake, we now know what an eviction moratorium means. We had one for 4 years with COVID. We were told, don't worry, rent isn't being waived, it's just being deferred. But that's not honest. You can't say that somebody needs, in this case, 6 months of rental deferment of debt, but that same person's going to be able to pay you 6 months of rent all at once in the end. It's dishonest, and it puts landlords in a horrible position. We either have to evict all these people who availed themselves of protections that didn't truly protect them because the debt is so large, or, as we did have to in the past moratorium, we have to walk away from that debt. Good faith relief programs did not pay enough, and they won't pay enough again.
Next speaker, please.
Lauren Galvez, your line is open. You may begin.
I urge you to oppose item 9. The response to January's wildfire should be targeted toward those truly in need, not a sweeping county-wide moratorium that burdens rental housing providers. Relief efforts should be specific and need-based, ensuring that aid reaches impacted individuals without imposing unnecessary burdens on housing providers. Expanding emergency powers beyond necessity is an overreach that mirrors failed COVID-era policies, which resulted in devastating financial strain on property owners. Self-attestation without verification was widely abused during the pandemic, and it lacked safeguards against in this proposal. Unlike COVID, there is no statewide unemployment crisis or justification for blanket eviction bans. Additionally, $600 million in fire relief and $2.5 billion state aid package has already been available. Those funds should be directed toward rental
Thank you.
assistance
Next
rather
speaker,
than
please.
forcing.
Kyle Nelson, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kyle Nelson. I'm an SC3 resident, policy analyst at SAGE, and longtime member of the Keep LA House Coalition. I'm commenting in enthusiastic support of item 9. Just consider the name of this item, keeping wildfire-impacted workers housed. Imagine this being controversial. I urge the board to pass Supervisor Horvath's motion without amendment. It is not a blanket eviction moratorium. You won't even find the word in SB3's motion. Did the lobbyists and landlords even read the thing? And it has clear guardrails to prevent fraud. This is a narrow, crucial protection against eviction that will not be abused. Keep LA Housed supports the county's efforts to protect both renters who have been displaced by fires and renters who have lost their jobs due to the fires. We encourage you to pass this motion as is so that the ordinance can be completed and implemented as soon as possible. The fires were a month ago, and affected tenants, your constituents, need your support now more than ever. Please support item 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
George Gurrow, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, Council. I just want to say that everybody, you see the sentiment is really being harmed here. Look at the totality of these regulations, not just one specific regulation. If you vote for this tonight, everybody's going to say that people don't have to pay rent due to the wildfires. It's a game of telephone, and it's demoralizing to the people. It's going to drain liquidity out of the real estate industry. You've already heard multiple speakers say that. Get the people that are investing in real estate, get them excited to build more housing. Don't just regulate them and punish them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shane Henson, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Shane Henson. I'm a legal aid attorney with Intercity Law Center and a member of the Keep LA Housed Coalition. I urge the board to pass item 9. This is not a blanket eviction moratorium. It's an affirmative defense to eviction, which a tenant, not the landlord, has to prove to prevail in their eviction case. It is a narrow and crucial protection for low-income folks. Thank you to Supervisor Horvath and your staff for your efforts on the issue. I want to briefly respond to Supervisor Hahn's question. Why would a landlord want to evict a tenant if they were offered rental assistance? The answer is because not all landlords are angels. I've personally represented tenants whose landlords have rejected thousands of dollars in rental assistance and continue to pursue evictions against my clients. Why? Because if they can evict folks in rent-controlled units, they can jack up the rent for the next tenant who moves in. Finally, I want to move on to the protections being proposed are tailored and constitutional. We want to remind the board that the Ninth Circuit has upheld COVID tenant protections to date, including against takings and contract clause challenges. The Eighth Circuit and Federal Circuit cases are distinct factually.
Thank you.
The
Next speaker,
might
please.
sue, but that doesn't mean
Matthew Lyons, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Matthew Lyons, and on behalf of the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership, I'm here to ask you to vote no on item 9. We stand with our neighbors who have suffered trauma and loss for the catastrophic January wildfires, but we cannot support a countywide board action that transfers the wildfire burdens to rental housing providers. We strongly favor using and or expanding existing direct assistance programs that reach impacted individuals without transferring the devastating financial strain on property owners with what feels like an unfunded mandate on housing providers. Who likes unfunded mandates? Nobody. If addressing housing insecurity for workers impacted by the wildfires is a priority for the board, then fund it with immediate and sustained direct assistance to those who have been impacted by the wildfires, and do not simply transfer the burden onto housing providers. I urge you to oppose
Thank
item
you.
9.
Next speaker,
This
please.
proposal ignores.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Jessica Bond, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Council. My name is Jess, and I urge you to vote no on item 9. There are a multitude of protections available to those who were impacted have lost wages by the fires at the state and the federal level. At the heart of this issue, I believe, is the false idea that owners don't deserve rent because they don't really work. And I'm here to say, make no mistake, nothing could be further from the truth. My staff takes care of and helps tenants tirelessly. They are often the first point of contact when a tenant is suffering a mental break, and they are expected to be available 24/7 to provide services to the tenants. There is no other industry that is expected to provide services for free, not grocers or sales car people or retailers or even county supervisors. Please, I urge you, vote no on item 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Evan Chait, your line is open. You may begin.
Go ahead. Next speaker.
Next speaker, please.
John Garrell, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. The proposed rent moratorium is actually a very dangerous precedent at this time. It is a serious proposal for many reasons. Most notably, it is overly broad and subject to abuse, namely the self-attesting income. The result is a lack of rent to housing providers at a critical economic time. There are many vacancies now that providers are facing. The county issue that they should contribute is very good. Government subsidy is also very good. And that way, everyone participates countywide. This should not just be focused on housing providers only. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Raphael, can I ask you a question? I'm just curious, listening to the landlords and the fact that insurance has gone up and, I mean, overall costs have gone up. Why aren't we putting the onus on the county to come up? I mean, like, in other words, if we're going to say that someone's not paying their rent, why don't we allow the landlords to come to the county and ask for reimbursement? Why don't take the tenant out of it and have them attest to the fact that they need it for rent that's not being paid? I mean, I feel like we are free and easy to burden landlords because it's not, we don't have any skin in the game. And so I'm just curious to know why we are not building a registry that people, what is it in there, a registry that actually landlords can apply for reimbursement for tenants that aren't paying. And then my next question is, one of the landlords talked about how individuals took off after the year was up, or I can't remember exactly what was said, and didn't pay the rent. Are they required, I mean, can they still require credit applications when they apply to rent a piece of property? Or did we do away with that too?
No, they could require a credit check.
So that would impact their credit rating, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, I guess to the landlords out there, I mean, we're gonna someday that's gonna be tackled then too, because people's credit rating is gonna be impacted, and then we're gonna have a situation where no one can rent because their credit rating is such that no landlord wants to rent to them. And I don't think we can waive credit ratings, but we might be able to. I don't know. But and I'm being very facetious. I'm just saying, at what point is accountability and responsibility on the county to, at least, if we're going to mandate something, maybe we should have skin in the game?
I mean, that's really a good policy question, but I think it was brought up earlier that there is an overall need for rental assistance that has existed even before COVID. A lot of the ideas are on our universal basic income, including the BREATHE program, specifically try to address the fact that folks can no longer afford the rent. So as we look at the advent of Measure A, one of the things that I do actively want to pursue in these conversations is standing up a standing rental assistant program. Measure A does allow for that. So that is definitely something that is needed. If we look at most studies, most folks are short about $500 before they fall into the hole of rental debt. So if we could intervene at that point and just give them $500 to make them whole, to avoid them going any deeper, I think that's something that we should visit as a county.
So are you prepared to bring something forward to the board that addresses that, so we don't have to keep coming back every time there's a disaster? That we are doing landlords, you're going to pay the price, therefore you have to do what we say? Are we actually going to be proactive and you're going to put something together so that we can actually discuss that?
Absolutely. As we work with the COHI on the report back for the motion regarding Measure $8, that's one of the recommendations that I plan to include in the recommendations for the use of that funding.
Because at some point, you know, my biggest fear, and Supervisor Mitchell, you know this to be true, although I know the mom and pops that I would refer to that were in Altadena are now burned down. So I can't use them as an example anymore. But there are mom and pops that are selling, and they're selling to corporations. And that's exactly the fear that a lot of people had in Altadena, because that was generational wealth. That was property handed down by their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents. And we are putting mom and pops in that situation where they're going to sell. And then if you think the prices are high for rent now, you just wait. You just wait. So I just have heartburn. Anyway, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple things as I listen to public comment. You know, first of all, yes, I have sat here at this dais and fought hard because I am clear that the mom and pops in the 2nd District are the provider of affordable rent. And so I've worked hard to try to carve out, define who they are based on reality and do all that. So, you know, we are not trying to jeopardize. That is not my goal, to jeopardize mom and pops. It isn't. But what concerns me when we have this conversation is this: the public comment just shows this great divide. All tenants don't trash units. All landlords aren't unreasonable. Self-attestation is commonly used by government and does not reflect widespread fraud and abuse. So I don't agree that it was a structural failure during COVID. We heard the vast majority of the conversation focused on the eviction protection, and people asked for rental assistance, and that's what the motion does. It's rental assistance. The eviction moratorium is a piece of the overall equation, but the focus is rental assistance. You talked about insurance, Madam Chair. You know, the insurance commissioner didn't just protect the insurance products for those directly in the impacted area. It was for all of LA County. So everyone got the protections of the insurance companies that are fleeing. So I just think this is personal and very emotional, but it's really important to be factual in terms of what we have to consider. And I particularly expect that of the professional advocates. And so to focus on things that continue to create this divide and generalized statements, I don't find helpful. I just thank you.
Supervisor Hahn?
Oh, thank you. Well, again, I appreciate everyone coming down here, and I listen to public comment too, of course, and certainly our landlords are feeling angst about this, but I feel that the author has incorporated some of our concerns. It's only going to be a 6-month eviction moratorium. We're going to look for more funding outside of the ZPAC and look to up the fund so that landlords could be covered more. I still, again, I'll be interested in this report back. I know we have to vote today, but I really will be interested in this report back on how this plan works to get the money to the landlords. Because I think if we can really work on that piece, and I would like to see a plan where the landlord takes the self-attestation from the tenant, and the landlord then is the one that directly applies and then has the relationship to get the rent paid. Seems to me it would be more of a partnership at that point. And is that something we're looking at?
That's actually how the last rent relief program was
that's
designed.
how it works. Okay, good. I didn't know that that's how it worked. So the landlord will take the self-attestation from their tenant, come to DCBA, and that will be the package. And you will then deposit
them within
the
30
check
days.
right in their account. Something like that.
Within 30 days.
Within,
Like in private sector time, you'll get it to them.
I don't know if I could commit to 30 days.
Well, I'm just saying not like a year.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I think
as long
that's
as we
part
get
of their
consensus on this
frustration.
dais on the eligibility criteria, we can help move that along.
Right. And I think, obviously there's the corporations that own, the big apartment buildings, they don't know their tenants, so they wouldn't really have a relationship. But I would urge all the other landlords who always come and speak up and say they're decent landlords, they love their tenants, they work with their tenants. I would start now, talking to your tenants to finding out if they in fact are in this situation and be prepared to, move quickly to get your portion of this fund. And I think if we can give them a little more comfort in having the rent paid, then I think they will have less heartburn.
Yeah. Can I just, on C, on your motion under 2C, you crossed out the unincorporated area and did all of LA County. So we have the ability to go outside the unincorporated? Explore within LA County. Is it because it's an emergency? Is that why?
I'm sorry, I believe it's countywide is the intent by that amendment.
Because there are renters who
But do we have authority outside the unincorporated area?
Yes, when there, and
Because
I
it's
think
an
this actually goes
emergency?
to Supervisor Mitchell's question to me earlier, and I didn't provide this part of the response, but yes, just like under our COVID eviction
So it's 'cause
moratorium,
it's
when
an
there's an
emergency.
emergency under the government code,
So that's
that would be
what
our
triggered it.
vehicle.
Okay, that's
Yes.
what I was asking. And it's for 6 months. I mean, so, and I know Supervisor Solis wants to speak, and I appreciate what you just asked, Supervisor Hahn, because to me, I feel, and I say 30 days, I'll make it 60, but 60 is the max. I mean, in all sincerity, if you've got a built-in system, there should be no reason. I mean, one of the complaints we get from small businesses is they don't get reimbursed when they submit a bill to the county for like 6 months, and they're a small business, so we had to, and same thing with LASA. So I'm not gonna let you off with we can't do it. We can, we just haven't been pushed to.
I think we have been pushed, Supervisor. We were able to stand up the relief fund within 30 days, the most recent one. I think the challenge here is that I don't have an active rent relief program, so I would have to activate it. I would potentially talk to my current provider, my current partner on the relief fund to see if we could build this in, but it will require discussions and negotiations. But absolutely, we could explore that. We could also explore that with a kid who's working with Kelly as well.
Because I would say we're asking landlords to do a lot with less, so we're gonna ask you to do a lot with less too. With that, Supervisor Solis?
I apologize for stepping out. I was at the point in time count and left that presser to come back here and understand there's been some modifications. Can I ask the author if she can go over those, please, with me, just quickly?
Absolutely, if that's all right.
Thank you.
The amendments are in the directives. Directive 1, January is changed to July 31st, 2025. Okay. And then in the I further move that the Board of Supervisors Directive 1 direct the CEO in coordination with DCBA and DEO to seek philanthropic dollars and report back to the board in 15 days on the development of the financial parameters of a fund to be managed by a third-party fiscal sponsor. Later in that paragraph, it reads, the report should include additional and strike through Plan Z funded programming currently allocated to departments by program category and a list of unspent funding currently with departments that could potentially be directed to those impacted by the fires or other. All of that is struck. And instead, funding that could cover potential administrative costs that could be borne by the county, we strike redirected to the program. Then in Directive 2, 60 is changed to 30. And at the end, we add a sub D, takes into account lessons learned from previous rent relief programs. Sub E, all funds shall be provided to landlords on behalf of a tenant.
Great. Okay. Thank you. A lot happening. Thank you. Okay. Very good.
So that's the amendments that you, criteria you asked for, Supervisor Solis. No, I understand, but I mean,
Was there anything that those amendments missed that you wanted? Okay.
Did we capture the go out and get more than 10 million? I thought it's the minimum, but did we capture what we said, go out and meet with philanthropic groups?
Yes.
It's in there?
And
Which
I
one is
further
that?
move that the Board of Supervisors direct the CEO in coordination with DCBA
Okay,
and
okay, I see it.
DEO to seek philanthropic dollars and.
can I ask one more? How
Yeah,
do we
okay, thank-
disseminate to the landlords that they can in fact apply? How are we getting the information to mom and pop landlords and to landlords in general about the funds when they become available?
So if this was to move forward, we would implement a specific outreach program to specifically connect with them, particularly working with the landlord and property owner associations, business associations, using your contacts, your offices, and the outreach that we've done in the past as well.
So between now and when the report back comes in, will landlords be able to submit information to us about how many are in the rears so that we at least have a starting point? I'm just, I mean, I feel like someone's got to be the voice for the landlords, so I'm just trying to
I don't have a
understand.
system in place right now where they could actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, I know but it'd be nice to kind of know what we're talking about, to your point, Supervisor Hahn. If we're going to do an ask, we already know that if we're going on to month 2, people that don't have the funds to pay rent, I would think that the landlords probably know who those tenants are. I don't know.
The resolution doesn't come back until 25th, so.
No, I know. So maybe in between then, it'd be nice for the landlords to give us an estimate in terms of the impact of their tenants. And I have a feeling the tenants that we're talking about are the tenants they don't want to lose, the tenants that are probably already letting the landlord know that they're having trouble. I don't think those are the ones that are going to be problematic. And then last but not least, Supervisor Mitchell, I hear you about during COVID, but we never did really a look back. It was on the honor system. And I only know in my district that I could give you at least 3 where they absconded with the money, and landlords never saw it. And so you're right, but I'm basing it only on what I experienced.
Right. And I don't know if the state did a look back, but there are other entitlement programs that use self-attestation.
Yeah.
And to your point, not only does it impact your credit rating, it's a judgment against you. So it's bigger than just impacting your credit rating. It is an actual judgment against you. So if you try to get a student loan, buy a car, whatever, it comes up. So they may have absconded away with the funds, but they're going to pay in the long run.
Right, right. All right, with that, hearing no other supervisors want to speak, item 41.
9.
Or 40, say it, I'm tired, 49?
No, item 9.
Item 9.
Okay, whatever, say it, I'm tired.
I move item 9, Madam
It's
Chair.
water I'm drinking, not anything else. Item 9 is before us as amended. Executive officer.
As revised.
As revised. Oh, what's the difference between amendment and a revised?
Because the author revised it.
Oh, you revised it versus amending it.
Yes.
I'll move it.
All right, Supervisor Horvath moves, and it'll be seconded by Supervisor Solis since she came back. Executive officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Abstain.
Supervisor Barger abstains. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention.
All right, we are now on our last item, 41B. We will move on 41B, Los Angeles County Early Care and Education Child Care Windstorm and Wildfire Recovery Efforts, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 to comment on this item. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Families with young children have been among the hardest hit, as many rely on child care services to maintain stability and return to work. You know, we've talked about what a wonderful job our own Park and Rec system did in terms of providing support for school-age children when schools were destroyed. but that doesn't impact our 0 to 5 population. Child care providers, including licensed centers, family child care homes, and subsidized family, friend, and neighbor care, continue to experience disruptions, with 330 early care and education facilities either destroyed, damaged, or unable to operate as a result of the January firestorms. Not only are these community anchors for so many families, but they are small businesses and employers vital to our economic recovery. Licensed family child care are not simply small businesses, they are part of the safety net as they were classified as such during COVID-19. When a home child care provider is disrupted, it's not only an impact to the child care provider and perhaps her employees, but to the parents and guardians of children up to the age of 14 and other families who may be unable to work. The ripple effect of a child care facility being offline can destabilize more than a dozen other families per facility. The urgency of rebuilding, the availability, without immediate support, the long-term viability of many child care providers is at risk, further deepening the economic and social impact of the disaster. Swift action is needed to help providers relocate, reopen, and access financial assistance to continue serving families. As the former CEO of Crystal Stairs, one of the largest child care resource and referral and payment assistance providers in LA County, I've heard directly from many of my former colleagues that immediate help is needed and that the county must be an active partner in expediting child care facilities and faith-based institutions' ability to reopen. The motion before us directs the Department of Public Health, the Office for the Advancement of Early Care and Education, to work with multiple agencies, including the Department of Economic Opportunity, First 5 LA, and the California Community Care Licensing Division, to connect providers to the resources they need to rebuild, including financial assistance. Individual outreach will ensure that every affected child care provider, including our schools, are informed about their eligibility for California's Disaster Unemployment Assistance Program and other available support, which complements the governor's executive order from earlier this month. This motion provides a clear path forward, leveraging county, state, and federal resources to ensure that child care providers can rebuild and continue serving families in need. I thought it was important that the county step up and create this kind of bureaucratic expedited pathway, because I know the city has taken this action for providers in the city. So I wanted to make sure that our county entity was poised and in a position to do the same. Far too many small businesses and families who rely on child care and the children who need that stability in their life is relying on it. I hope that you will support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I just want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for bringing this motion before us. I know that our entire board has been focused on all facets of the recovery from the devastating wildfires and windstorms, and child care and caregiving are essential pieces of any successful recovery effort. Child care providers are in an industry that is primarily run by women, and especially women of color. And we are all too aware that childcare was one of the sectors hit hardest by the pandemic, and they had just barely begun recovering when these wildfires hit again. This is why I appreciated the executive order issued by Governor Newsom last week, working with the first partner to support childcare providers impacted by these unprecedented disasters. And as a county, we have long shown the value we place in our childcare providers, supporting them through offices like the Advancement of Early Childcare and Education, as well as partnerships with the First 5 LA. It's my hope that we can continue to do our part to give them the support that is so sorely needed. Thank you again, Supervisor Mitchell, and I plan on voting aye.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Thanks to Supervisor Mitchell for bringing this motion forward. I know it is the legacy of your work and in keeping with so much that you have done over the years. And I also want to thank Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass for their respective executive orders. Obviously, this help for our families is a support for critical child care providers through this emergency that is desperately needed. If it's acceptable to the author, I would love for Directive 3 to include communities impacted by the Palisades fire. We do have child care providers in the Topanga area. And so I want to make sure that all areas are covered, if that would be acceptable to the
Without
author.
question, our intent was to make sure that we were targeting LA County unincorporated areas that our county department has oversight and responsibility for. Absolutely.
Thank you for that. We know that prior to the wildfires, many families faced challenges finding and paying for childcare services, and our childcare providers also face challenges with stable funding and a sustainable workforce pipeline. So I'm grateful to have that inclusion. I absolutely support this motion, and I thank Supervisor Mitchell, her staff, and our departments for making this motion possible. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I had some questions, and I saw Janice, you Supervisor Hahn, your hand went up. But Amy, I know that the day that the governor came out, I met a woman and her daughter who ran a child care out of their home that burned down. So they moved on to Fair Oaks. And no sooner did they move on to Fair Oaks than a dispensary opened up right next door. And they're not licensed. So I guess my question is twofold. And she was asking us what she could do because the smell was overwhelming for the children. And then number two, have you received any requests from child care facilities, schools, or religious organizations to receive a temporary permit for a location in the area to replace child care?
Can you tell me, I'm having a hard time hearing with some background noise. Can you tell me what you said about them moving into their temporary location and what was directly next door to them? A dispensary. That's what you said. A dispensary. I'm sorry. So we have had, I'm aware of one.
Cannabis dispensary with robust product. Yeah.
Fragrant.
We stopped. You could smell it from the street.
Okay. So we are aware of at least one who is interested in a temporary application. I don't know if it's the same one. This is the Rayola Spanish Immersion School. If this is different, then there would be at least two.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you. I guess that, and I appreciate this motion, and I'll tell you that having gone out to the Arboretum and seen Parks and Rec had to put a waiting list together. There were 600 children on it, and the parents needed a place for their kids to go. Their schools burned down. They didn't have childcare, and they needed to figure out how they're going to rebuild, where they were going to go, where they were going to move. And I can only imagine now that we're going into month 2, how difficult it must be for those that depend upon childcare, but also to those that provided childcare that no longer have the ability to do so. It's a huge void, huge void.
I believe Ms. Coleman actually has numbers for both of the fires.
That was my next, because that was, yeah. You have, go ahead and ask.
I do.
Yeah.
I have motions, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for bringing this motion. And thank you, Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Horvath, for all the work you've been doing on the fire recovery right now. We do have updated numbers from community care licensing as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. So our impact is a little bit higher than anticipated on destroyed facilities. We have 42 destroyed facilities. 34 of them are due to the Eaton Canyon fire, and 8 are in Palisades. Luckily, the number's a little bit lower for fire damage. We only have 9 that are damaged. And we also know that 17 applications for an emergency license have been submitted to community care licensing. 13 of them are pending currently, and I know the partnership with regional planning to be able to open up zoning would immensely help in moving forward some of those.
That's a huge number. That's more than I thought. And I thought it was a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
When you say facilities, you mean child care centers?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. So in Eaton Canyon, 16 centers have been destroyed and 18 family child care homes.
Okay.
In the Palisades, 17 centers and 1 family child care home.
And so do we know from community care licensing, because while they don't license, if they're on subsidy, they do receive payment for what we call the family, friends, and neighbors. That's grandma or auntie who can take care of, a family member, but it could be up to 7 or 8 kids if she has multiple kids. So do you have any idea how many
I do.
FFNs? Okay, great.
All right, we have an emergency, Early Care and Education Emergency Response Team. That is a collaborative of the different municipalities impacted by the fire, the county, and local community agencies and resource and referral agencies. So all of us have been working on this within 24 hours of the fire. We stood up an emergency team. So our most recent numbers for family, friends, and neighbors that are license exempt, that receive subsidies to care for children include 23 family, friends, and neighbors in the Eaton Canyon fire area and 7 in the Palisades area.
So that doesn't necessarily give us a clear picture of the number of children impacted. A family daycare can be small or large. Large, you could have up to 14 kids. The centers, depending upon their size, can be, hundreds of kids. So
we do have a number on licensed capacity. So for our centers and family child care homes, the capacity lost is 2,792.
And this is before we knew that there's a shortage already in place of childcare slots. So now
That is correct.
it's like the housing. We just basically highlighted just how vulnerable we are. Supervisors, on.
Thank you. Yeah, in the preamble, I guess the over 300 number was put in this motion as
included impacted area.
Early childhood education centers that were impacted. So that's a huge amount. But this is huge, and yeah, the county certainly is leaning in this particular population that also has been severely impacted by the fires. I mean, we just keep hearing of the consequences of this fire. Kelly, I was going to say, because I know you kind of have the share portal for businesses to businesses. Does that work for child care centers? I mean, they can't just relocate in another location somewhere else, because obviously child care is very specific geographically located. But how does that work for this problem?
Yeah, there's a lot of considerations for different kinds of businesses that will have to be negotiated once we identify applicable spaces, but this could be a way to identify the needs and help broker some of those matches. We're doing that for warehousing needs. It could be for childcare too. So
you're working together.
Yeah. We're happy to support that way, and we're working together too to make sure that these child care providers are also applying in full for the open funds on the worker and the small business side where eligible.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, with that,
no, call for the question.
With that, seeing no other questions, can you please call those that want to speak on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Critical Juvbe. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 41B, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Justin Blakely, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, and good evening, Supervisors. My name is Justin Blakely, representing as Vice Chair of the LA County Policy Roundtable for Child Care and Development Commission, proudly representing the 2nd Supervisorial District, and as Public Policy Manager for Crystal Stairs, which is a part of the Child Care Alliance of Los Angeles. I'm here in support of Motion 41B by Supervisor Mitchell. Child care facilities, including those in family child care home settings, were destroyed or damaged in both Palisades and Eaton Canyon fires, severely impacting families who must get to their jobs. The wildfires have also made a devastating impact to our child care capacity in LA County. Rebuilding will take time, but we must not do so without including and uplifting our child care community. Removing barriers that facilitate child care providers to open in a new space is critical and must be addressed at the county level, and I'm happy to see it come before you all. I am respectfully requesting an aye vote from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Christina Alvarado, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Christina Alvarado, Executive Director of the Child Care Alliance of Los Angeles. I support Motion 41B presented by Supervisor Mitchell. Child care providers have been a constant and steady support to working families for many, many years. They risked their own lives by caring for children during the pandemic. The child care facilities destroyed or damaged in both Palisades and Eaton severely impact families who must get to their jobs. We must support families, their children, and their communities. Removing barriers that facilitate child care providers to open in a new space is a critical priority. Ironically, fire clearances are a critical priority at this time. Please help this vulnerable population get back on their feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Summer McBride, your line is open. You may begin.
This is Summer McBride speaking on item 41B. I'm a proud 2nd District Commissioner for DPSS, and as Vice Chair of First 5 LA, I'm speaking in my personal capacity and not on behalf of either entity. I'm calling today to express my strong support for Supervisor Mitchell's early care and education wildfire recovery motion. As we know, the devastating wildfires that swept our county not only destroyed homes and businesses, but also deeply disrupted the lives of children and families who rely on early care and education. Child care providers, many of whom are already operating on thin margins, need immediate support to rebuild and recover so they can continue serving our littlest learners and their families. Access to safe, reliable child care is essential for family stability, workforce participation, and long-term community resilience. By prioritizing these recovery efforts, we're ensuring that children have the continuity of care and learning they need, and parents can focus on rebuilding their lives without additional barriers. I urge the board to approve this motion and continue investing in the well-being of our families, providers, and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
John Gregorchuk, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi. I just want to speak on this. We had just heard about self-attestation being a normal course of action, and I think the fire represents a great opportunity for schools to be able to self-attest. They can open their program and they can self-attest that they're following the rules, and you can cut all of the red tape by doing a self-attestation.
What topic are you talking on?
Letting them 41B.
Huh. Okay, I'm sorry, go on.
Please continue.
Yeah, I think it'd be great. So when all these places need temporary help for restarting their schools, just let them self-attest so that they can get started and get taking care of kids faster.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Becca Patton, your line is open. You may begin.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair, and the supervisors. Appreciate your patience this evening and all that you do for the folks in LA County. I'm Becca with CCRC and proud resident of District 5, living in the Pasadena-Altadena area. I'm also previously with First 5 LA, where I worked closely with the fantastic Deborah Coleman to help facilitate the LA County EC COVID response team. It sounds like the board is already incredibly versed in the challenges the childcare industry faces and the challenges families face finding and affording childcare. So really appreciate the board's previous support for childcare and urge your continued support by passing this motion. Thank you, and I hope you all get to go home soon.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, so of course we support this motion to repair child care services. What I don't want you to do is to involve DCFS anywhere near this repair damage for children and wildfires. I know how they like to creep in the background to make sure that they're repairing the schools, AI compliant, culturally sensitive as well, and to give the communities a freedom of choice to really implement the programs that they need for the students in these areas. So I commend the efforts to start this, and I await public comment to give my final dissertation to this board. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other speakers to address the board.
All right, seeing no other speakers, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
As amended.
Huh?
As amended.
As amended.
It was amended?
Supervisor Solis?
Expanded it beyond.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. It is my understanding that there are no specials. One horse is leaving for the barn right now. All right. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. For members in the public on the telephone, please press 1 and then 0. Executive Officer, please call or please read the calling information, and those members of the public who've signed up to speak on general public comment. And there are no readed motions, so just general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on these items. Please state your name for the record. Please note we will also take off-calendar closed session items CS1, 2, 4, and 6. You may only address the board on general public comment. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Kurikul Truvbe, Dr. Ivy. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. You've practically exhausted me, but I have a quick question. Are these, what happened to the closed sessions? First of all, one of the closed sessions was a performance evaluation for 6 different departments. I mean, is that one closed session? Do they all come in for a little review? This felt like a filibuster with the red, we're going to take a closed session at the front of the meeting. This is not user friendly. I understand the 1 o'clock was not, prescribed by you, but by the rules. But we have to do a slightly better job of organizing these meetings. This has been chaotic, I would say. But good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Go ahead.
I am following up. I would like, on a public Freedom of Information public records request, I'd like to get the underwriter for agenda items number 39 and 40, all the bond information from 2000 to 2022 for any and all oath-affirming officers, including but not limited to the Board of Supervisors, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, members of County Council, state court judges. And I'd like to get the bond information designating the joint partnership with the city and LASA. On February 12th, I requested a meeting with supervisors from District 1, 3, and 4. I'd like to include Supervisor Barger, as I am made aware that she is the supervisor over homelessness. I submitted multiple emails and documents, and I also turned in 2 more today because now I'm being threatened by the Weingart Center Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
12 years since 2013, I've been on this board giving public comment. But what I am most disgusted of, District 2, Holly Mitchell, I don't know when this happened, but you guys falsified a criminal database on my person. My social security number, you got a DMV with a signature that's not mine, name that's not mine, fingerprint that's not mine, but this picture, I can remember it clearly because I was in a shelter when I took this picture. So for me to speak and fight for my community, but to create a criminal database on a law-abiding citizen is not only deplorable, I cannot even look at the county the same anymore. I came from the FBI's office this morning. There's some serious hell that has to be handled. And these, I believe, was the days of Mary Conway Wickham. Does that ring a bell? All I know is that my name is all I have, and you guys ruined it. And I will no longer be at this board to give any type of.
Thank you. There are no other speakers to address the board, Madam Chair.
All right. That concludes our time for general public comment. At this time, it'd be appropriate to hear adjournments, beginning with Supervisor Horvath. And I know you're reading for Supervisor Hahn, and then fifth, first, and second.
Okay. First, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Mark Sterenberg, an 80-year-old former NASA engineer who tragically lost his life in the Palisades fire. Mark's granddaughter, Tatiana Betty, described him as a brave, strong, and tenacious man with a heart as soft as a teddy bear. Though he was known for his stubbornness, Mark's deep love for his family and his selfless nature were what truly defined him. Born in St. Petersburg, Russia, Mark immigrated to the U.S. with little, but went on to achieve great things, earning a master's degree and contributing to groundbreaking work at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory and Hughes Aerospace Corporation. His family's search for him ended with heartbreaking news on January 11th when they learned that his remains had been found. Mark is survived by his wife, Marina. Mark's legacy lives on in the values he passed down to his family, including his granddaughter's cherished motto, study math, keep money in the bank, and do 3 good things every day. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Rory Sykes, a beloved son, brother, and friend who tragically passed away in the Palisades fire. Rory was a man of strength, resilience, and warmth, living with cerebral palsy and blindness, yet never allowing those challenges to define him. A former actor who appeared in the British TV show Kitty Capers in the 1990s, Rory was a light in the lives of those who knew him. His spirit was one of perseverance, and his love for life was evident to all who encountered him. Despite his physical challenges, he remained independent, living in his own cottage on his family's Malibu property, where he enjoyed a peaceful life surrounded by nature, including his beloved pets. Rory's legacy is one of courage, joy, and deep connection with those around him. Our hearts go out to his mother, Shelley, and his entire family. May his memory inspire all of us. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Jeffrey Takayama, a 69-year-old member of our community who tragically died in the Palisades fire. Jeff was described as the protector of the home and neighborhood and worked tirelessly to keep his family and others in the area safe from every wildfire that came. He leaves behind his wife, Jane, 3 children, and a 4-year-old grandson. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and loved ones, and may his memory serve as a reminder of the beauty of love and community. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Joan Elaine Iacovoni, a devoted wife, mother, grandmother, and dedicated community leader who passed away peacefully on January 30th, 2025, at the age of 86. A resident of Liberty Canyon for nearly 60 years, Joan was an unwavering advocate for her community and a pillar of civic engagement. She played a crucial role in the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation, working tirelessly to preserve and protect the region's open spaces and natural beauty. Her dedication to responsible development and environmental stewardship shaped the landscape of Agora Hills and beyond. Beyond her civic leadership, Joan was a warm and generous neighbor, always eager to lend a helping hand. Her passion for service extended to numerous local organizations, including the Friends of the Library, LA County Mosquito Abatement District, and Senior Congress. She was also a former Agora Hills City Council member, including serving as mayor. She found joy in volunteering at UCLA Games, the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza, and other community events where she connected with friends and shared her love for the region. Joan's greatest joy was her family. She poured her heart into raising her 3 children, Greg, John, and Carolyn, and later cherished her role as grandmother and great-grandmother. She created a home filled with love, laughter, and meaningful traditions, including summers spent at her family's cabin in Wisconsin. She'll be deeply missed by her family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing her, and the lasting impact she leaves on Agora Hills and the entire Las Virgenes community. And on behalf of the 4th District, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Janet Basile, who was a longtime resident of Palos Verdes Estates, who passed away at the age of 85. Janet moved to Los Angeles from Detroit in 1962 and began her career with the Los Angeles Unified School District. She taught kindergarten and 3rd grade for 18 years, then decided to retire and became a full-time mother. Years later, she became the executive vice president of Basile Metal Service, the company her husband, Barry, founded. Janet was a dedicated community volunteer. She served on the boards of the Torrance Cultural Arts Center Foundation, Trinity Care Hospice, Palos Verdes Arts Center, Los Angeles International Visitors Council, and Friends of PV Library District, where she helped to establish the Living History Museum. She was a founding sponsor of the Visions of Unity Arts Contest for Torrance High School students, which pays tribute to the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Recognizing the need to support African American residents of the Palos Verdes Peninsula and deepen the sense of community, Janet served as co-president of the Black Heritage Association. Janet is survived by her 2 daughters, Natalie and Jennifer, her 2 sons-in-law, 3 grandchildren, 3 sisters, and many other family members. She will be remembered for her dedication to community service and will certainly be missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn, we do so in memory of retired Lieutenant Glenn Brandon, who served for more than 33 years with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, who passed away on February 4th at the age of 61 after a year-long battle with pancreatic cancer. An Antelope Valley resident for nearly 30 years, Glenn died in Colorado, where he and his wife moved after his retirement in 2019 to be closer to family. In Colorado, Glenn was a volunteer with the Douglas County Sheriff's Department. Born December 8, 1963, Glenn grew up in Granada Hills. Glenn graduated from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Academy in 1985. He married Lisa Ruber in 1990, and they moved to Lancaster, where they raised their 2 daughters. Glenn loved camping and motorcycling and was teaching his grandson Jack how to ride. Glenn is survived by his wife Lisa, daughters Emily Nicolay and Rachel McDaniel, their husbands, 5 grandchildren, his mother, and 4 siblings. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Dr. Terry Ray Lepper, a longtime resident of Claremont, who passed away at the age of 78. Terry was born and raised in Joliet, Illinois, and demonstrated academic, athletic, and musical talent from an early age. He attended the University of Illinois and earned his bachelor's degree in biology and chemistry, and subsequently earned his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine in 1972. Terry moved out west, first to Las Vegas, then settled in Claremont, where he owned and operated Citrus Veterinary Clinic in Laverne for nearly 40 years. He taught and inspired future veterinarians as a professor at Cal Poly Pomona and the University of Laverne, and was a staunch supporter of animal welfare. Terry is remembered for his enjoyment of life, his love for all animals, and his passion for traveling the world. He's survived by his wife, Nidra, Vincent, and his 3 kids, Carl, Megan, and Carrie. And that we adjourn in memory of Carolyn Witham, a longtime resident of Claremont who passed away at the age of 90. She attended the University of Omaha, then Cal State University, LA, and finished her schooling at Claremont Graduate School, where she received her teaching credentials. Carolyn established herself in education as a teacher starting at Pico Rivera High School, followed by 20 years teaching home economics and art at Chaffey High School in Ontario. She's remembered by family and friends as being gracious, colorful, and inclusive. Carolyn is preceded in death by her late husband, Paul Witham. She's survived by her sister, Gail Crawford, son, Steve Huffman, grandson, Joe Huffman, and great-grandsons, Casey and Brody Huffman. Those are my adjournments. Supervisor Mitchell?
Madam Chair, I have none today. Thank you.
All right, then, seeing that Supervisor Solis doesn't have any as well, that concludes today's meeting. Today's special meeting of departmental budget presentations will be held Friday, February 21st, 2025 at 10 a.m. and Monday, February 24th, 2025 at 10 a.m. The next regular board meeting will be held Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 at 9:35 a.m.
9:30 a.m., right?
What did I say?
9:35.
Well, okay, I'm going to start at 9:35 now that I said that. All right, with that, we are adjourned.